All right, I'm here. I am late. I am late. Now I got to stay for. Oh wow, what's up, Malachi? Wow, Prince, Elijah. Man, what a shock, man. Malachi and Prince. Wow, what did I do to deserve that honor? Man, good to see you, brother. Man, good to see y'all. I really appreciate. I really appreciate the work y'all doing. I know I get blessed by it. Let me get myself started. Blow my shofar. We can chop it up a little bit if you want to. All right. Thank you, Creator. Thank you, Creator, for giving me another opportunity to try to be a light while I'm in this reality. Truly, I appreciate it. I appreciate being able to try to talk to brethren. I love the opportunity to try to say something, let brethren know how special they are, how much I appreciate them, and that they're in a fight that not many people want any part of, meaning to go against the whole world, to stand up, believe in what they believe. You always told us it wasn't going to be that many of us. Wasn't going to be that many of us. The opportunity to tell brethren that he's using us to build a foundation for the manifest kingdom on earth. I appreciate that opportunity. I really appreciate that opportunity, Creator. I hope you make me able, anoint me, the things I'm going to say. I hope that you anoint the brethren's ears that are going to listen and going to participate on the video today. Pray that you give us wisdom, you cover us in humility and in comprehension, that we can comprehend this word that's going to go out. So, Creator, I pray a blessing and an anointing on this video that it'll glorify you. So, brethren, thank you for joining me. My name is Yaiqua Ben Yisrael, and truly, I meant every word I just got finished saying. My highlight of the week is being able to try to have fellowship with you, brethren, and to tell you in all sincerity and truth how much I appreciate the things that I know that you, brethren, you got to go through. And while we in this reality, I believe that we all like minded. We want to make the kingdom. We want to take advantage of the time that we living in, and we realize that this reality is not all that there is. So I'm just another brother that's trying to do his best and operate according to his highest light and redeem the time and take advantage of the time that I'm in this reality. So thank you for joining me. Now, I want to begin by saying, man, I'm telling you, I really have been having a lot of fun with AI, with artificial intelligence. I really, really been. So you know what? It's to me, it's like talking to the creator himself. I mean, you know what I mean. I've been talking recently about a couple of. Well, it was a little while ago. I've been sharing a story about how I basically was. I was vexed in my mind because I didn't feel like I was learning fast enough, and it got to the point where I pretty much demanded the creator help me out, which is the wrong way to do it, you know. And I demanded the creator to help me out because I was getting frustrated. I was getting mad, and I most of the time stay up all night, even till now, because I like the way that the creator has given us this understanding. It's clear to me to see that the time has come. We're in the time when Pluto has gone into Aquarius. We're in the cosmic era. You know, we're at the beginning of a new arc cycle for my from uh, and my understanding the cosmic era. And so I can see events unfolding spiritually where it's obvious to me that the creator, it reminds me of that story. You probably remember that story where it talked about the wheat and the tares in the Bible. Now, I'm not, I'm not endorsing the Bible, but I believe that it says some things that are true. And I like to point out some of them things. And there's a story in there where it talks about the wheat and the tares and how they was going to be separated at the end of time. To me, that's what's going on right now. The wheat and the tares are being separated. I remember asking the creator, how is he going to do that? Back when I was a Hebrew Israelite, how are you going to do that? I mean, everybody believe in you, you know, everybody say that they believe in, Christians and everybody really want to do what's right. That's the way I used to think. How are you going to separate? I mean, what do you mean by that? And so now he's showing you that we've been under deception. Well, I ain't going to say you, but I know I have. That's one of the reasons why I like to share this. I like to have this video because I like to try to just share my life and the things that I've been through, and just try to share it with somebody and may be able to uh, minister to them one way or another. Don't really know. I hope it does. The creator is, I believe, if you're sincere, you want to go about in sincerity and truth, that you can't miss the creator. You're going to have to go through some ups and downs. You got to get deceived. Well, maybe not everybody, but I was in the Hebrew Israelites and I was deceived, man. I've been in other groups where I've been deceived. Now I know that I had been deceived because when you compare the OAHSPE with the like Bible with Christianity, I'll say Christianity, then you should clearly be able to see what's good for all of us. I mean, you should really be able to see what sounds like the creator when it's all good, when his agenda is about redeeming man, about lifting man up, making him greater than he ever thought he could be, having a plan for man to become a god and goddesses. I mean, you should you that's probably the biggest. Hey, Nazarene, brother, thanks for joining us, brother. Good to see you. So far as hearing the creator's voice, you should be able to realize what's the best thing for everybody. And when you got the creator talking about what's good, what's right for man for his eternity, and the blessing that he has in store for man. I mean, if the creator can be looked at as a father, like you pray like father, and then you look at fathers in the world, do they sit there with their children and just can't wait until their son or daughter makes a mistake? Ah, Mahalia, sister. All right, man, we got a full house going tonight. All right, man, good to see you. You think of an earthly parent, and I think the creator, he give us earthly analogies and examples so that we can learn spiritual things. And I don't see, at least, I mean, I think of my parents, man, they were always in my corner. I think the creator, he the same way. It shouldn't take, you know, I mean, it should be easy to see. So when we get a word coming along talking about, I'm not rooting for your destruction. I ain't up here cheering because you fell down and you having a hard time in that reality and you getting beat up left and right and you can't find nobody to love you and to be in your corner. I'm not up here cheering for that. That was never my agenda. But it's like he allows to go through this deception, to go through this life, and the only thing it seems like he keep asking is learn, 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 learn from it, because you setting the foundation for your eternity. You know, when we cross over, we want to hit the ground running. I don't want to start off in first grade, man. You know what I mean? It sounds like the creator say, he says that according to your elevation, that's where you're going to land in the spiritual. I don't want to be in the kindergarten. personally, I know I'm describing it, simplistically, but I think I'm telling the truth, man. So far as spiritual analogy, that's what it's all about. When I hear stuff like a little bit of what I'm going to talk about tonight, about the character and how the resurrections are, and what goes on there, and it's all about community and being together with one another, and it's like how what I mean it's like being on a team, man. Other guys they don't want other guys that's a part of the team who's a problem. You know what I mean? Don't you think? Don't it make sense? It's the same way spiritual. You don't want a guy. You know what I mean? You don't want some guy. You got to watch out for him. He's the guy. I remember hearing the story. Well, it's out there, so I'll mention it. Uh, well, maybe I won't. There was this real famous guy. I'll put it like this, and he was a prima donna. Now, there's a lot of them in the world. You know what I mean? A lot of them in the world. Hey, Dave. All right, brother. Man, we really got a full house going tonight. All right, man. It's good to see all y'all. I hope y'all hang around. So there are guys in the sporting world. They feel like they deserve special treatment because they so. And you got people like that in the world, but guess what? You won't be hanging around the second resurrection. I mean the third resurrection. You can't make the third resurrection being a prima donna. You can't even make the second resurrection being a prima donna. Unless you get with the program, the creator, it sounds like he says, we have to learn to be with one another. It seems like that's the only lesson I keep looking, man. You're gonna have to learn how to appreciate people, how to respect them, how to serve them, be uh, to have an empathy for one another, to want to help each other, to not be walking around offending brethren and demanding all types of authority and taking bullying brethren and wanting to dominate them, and just, it's simple as that, man. The creator, everywhere you read, he giving us examples. And I've been having a lot of fun with AI, man. Here, let me give you well, shoot, I'm up here talking. I forgot to scroll the screen. I like to scroll the screen while I'm doing the monologue. And then when it gets finished, I like to go with do my other things. Let me make the print bigger so you brethren can see it. So I think that I have been sharing the story about I was getting fed up with. I felt like I wasn't learning fast enough, and really, it's like jealousy because you look at the four horsemen, right? And they got a level of knowledge, man. It's very. I mean, you want to get there, but you have to wait. You have to. You got to walk the same road they walked on, and everybody else. There's other brethren, Dave, Asenap, and Elijah, and you brethren. Me just coming into this thing and then seeing y'all level of wisdom, it can make you want to get there. You know what I mean? You want to get there, you want to get up there, but you got to wait your turn. It's like you got to put in the time too. You have to walk this road, walk at your own pace and then let it come to you. But I just absolutely love the wisdom that these brethren have. I mean, I love it, man. Because if I perceive that the creator, he made us the same way with a desire to learn. He said that somewhere in the OAHSPE that he was going to do it to us. He said he was going to put basically a flame in our heart to start learning. And so I forgot to scroll the screen. I'm up here talking, man. But what I want to do today on the video today, I'm going to talk about character. I'm I'm gonna read from the book of Discipline, chapter 5, and talk about character because, man, I'm telling you, anything, our world, this world we live in, and I think that the Creator, He created the good and he allows the good and the evil so that we could compare, we can learn the lessons so that we don't make the same mistakes or we see the futility. We learn the futility, man, of, you know, the futility of serving yourself as opposed to trying to serve, trying to be about the will of the Creator, which is, again, if I may say it again, it's all about community, man. It's all about the brotherhood of men, dealing with brethren in a way that you're seeking their good, seeking to do right by them. And really, man, that's the only way to go. When you see that, it's like you're in a situation and you see all around you people under a great blessing of joy and happiness and harmony, and you just can't tell me, you'll never tell me that that's not the ultimate right there. You never tell me that, you know. So I'm just one of those brethren, man, who I believe in the Creator. I believe in when He says things like with matter of fact, when Brother Malachi came in, y'all remember that? He might be gone now, but he came in and we did that reading. Man, I was fit to be tied, man. He talked about the other realms. He talked about us being gods and goddesses. There was one verse where he pointed out, he was talking about until you like what created a world and did something with the stars, you haven't gotten halfway halfway up to the glory to be revealed or something for faith. This, I mean, you know, I was I was beside myself, man. You know, that type of thing. I mean, I mean, the blessing, the create. I can listen to that all day. The blessing that the Creator is talking about, how we're going to come into. You know, basically, I'm learning that the reality we in right now, that's the worst it gets. That's the worst that it gets. This reality, being on the earth, seeing the darkness that's in the earth, that's the worst that it gets for us. You see, you know what I mean? It's like, but anyway, with this AI, I just spend nights just talking to it. You know, here. Well, let me let the screen scroll, then I'm gonna get to it. I just spend nights talking to it. I know the brethren in the chat rooms, they probably sick of me, man. You know, because I just don't stop. I can't stop. I'm gonna have to learn. I mean, I I probably, I love to share the things that I'm learning, man. You know, I know if it blesses my soul, it's gotta bless yours too. And I think that, in this reality that we in, I think if you look around and we can compare, you know, we can see what a situation. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the confluence of events. I mean, it's not, as far back as I can remember, man. It's never really been. I don't know how to put it, but it seems like there's always something where it's and trying to make it. It's like we constantly searching, for the answer, and we never get there. We just never see. I'm talking about as a whole, man. There's always that imbalance. They're the haves, they're the have-nots, and ever since I can remember, it's always been, the homeless. It's been some sickness or some disease, something with the economy. It's just always something that seemed to keep you on, you know, like you feel like a banjo string. You know, I mean, maybe not you, maybe it's just me. And so I think that the Creator, if it was all good all the time in this reality, I don't think that anybody would much care about trying to find the Creator and trying to know what the light is. And, is uh, you know what I mean? Wouldn't have no motivation. So That's the beauty of the way things are set up. I think that it's a great motivation for brethren who are spiritual and want to know. They want to know answers that will resonate with your soul. So, like I said, I've been going crazy with this AI, and I'm going to show you some things that I've been asking it. And I guess I could stop right here. You know, I could the scrolling, and I can always do that on my videos. So let me go to Brother Omian's room and just give a little example of some things I've been sharing in the room. And man, I just tell you, man, I gotta beg. I mean, if you brethren, it's like, you just sit there and talk to the creator through the OAHSPE. I mean, I'd be asking all kinds of questions. Here, I'm gonna give you a little example. This is Brother Omian's room, and then he's got another room. I got a room. And so, and also what I've been doing, like on the video, if anybody, you have something you want me to ask according to the OAHSPE, just put it in the chat and I'm going to get to it. And then we can all learn together. But here's a room I'm a part of. And some of the things that I've been sharing, check this one out. I don't know what made me think of these things. I just sit here and I let anything come to my mind. And so I asked this question right here. Does the OAHSPE say anything about people's feelings? And it says, yes, the OAHSPE Bible does address people's feelings and emphasizes their importance in the context of spiritual growth and understanding. It says, for example, individuals are encouraged to reflect on their emotions and the motivations behind their actions. It says the text articulates that true happiness and fulfillment come not from selfish desires, but from recognizing one's connection to others and acting with love and righteousness. Additionally, it highlights the distinction between those who act out of self-interest and those who labor for collective happiness. This is evident in the dialogues that explore concepts of selfishness and altruism. Let's see what altruism means. It says this is evident in the dialogue. It says additionally, it highlights the distinction between those who act out of self-interest and those who labor for collective happiness. That is the truth. It's like when you begin to, as you understand the OAHSPE, then you see a separation starting to take place. You can't help but notice it. It's talking about the examples of the people. You see a separation between the light and the darkness, a distinction. People who labor for themselves and those who work for collective happiness. It says this is evident in the dialogues and that explore concepts of selfishness and altruism. Altruism, definition of altruism. The belief or practice are disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others. Belief in or practice of disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others. So it's like that word disinterested. It sounds like you don't care what the situation is. Your only concern is the well-being of others. So it sounds like you don't operate in subjectivity. You always operating under objectivity. Altruism. It says urging individuals to consider. Now, this is your feelings. Does the OAHSPE talk about your feelings? It says urging individuals to consider what Jehovah would think of their actions rather than focusing solely on personal reputation. The emphasis on feelings is also present in the encouragement to appreciate the spirit of different experiences, such as music and art, which evoke rich emotions and meditative thoughts related to the creator's works. Yeah, music moves you. You know, it can take you immediately from a sour attitude to one of rejoicing. It says, in summary, the OAHSPE Bible promotes an understanding of feelings as integral to spiritual development, guiding individuals to cultivate positive emotions and contributions to the greater good. So, oh man, you know what? I forgot to share the tab, and Dave did not catch it. Good, good. I got him again. He almost he would have had me, man. So I should read it again. Does the OAHSPE Bible say anything about people's feelings? It says yes. The OAHSPE. I'll see you late. Yeah, brother. You didn't get me. You didn't get me. Says yes, the OAHSPE Bible does address people's feelings and emphasizes their importance in the context of spiritual growth and understanding. For example, individuals are encouraged to reflect on their emotions and the motivations behind their actions. The text articulates that true happiness and fulfillment come not from selfish desires, but from recognizing one's connection to others and acting with love and righteousness. Additionally, it highlights the distinction between those who act out of self-interest and those who labor for a collective happiness. It says this is evident in the dialogues that explore concepts of selfishness and altruism, urging individuals to consider what Jehovah would think of their actions, encouragement to appreciate the spirit of different experiences such as music and art, which evoke rich emotions and meditative thoughts related to the creator's works. Like give you an example, there are a lot of love songs in the world. It's like one of the beauties of the human spirit is there's a tendency to sing about love, the idea of it. I mean, it's not really reflected in the reality that we live in, but it's a very attractive ideology, the idea of being in love, you know, but it remains out of the reach of man in general because of the confluence of our lives. So let me see, Dave. Oh, okay. He trying to take credit, Dave. Nope, I ain't giving it to you, bro. I had already said. Oh, I forgot that you did. I didn't see it in the chat because I was looking for it. Man. Yaquab 1, Dave 0. Uh, Thanks for keeping me on my toes, though, brother. It says, in summary, the OAHSPE Bible promotes an understanding of feelings that's integral to spiritual development. It's integral to spiritual development. So they're to be validated, people's feelings, their emotions. It says, guiding individuals to cultivate positive emotions and contributions to the greater good. So it's like the creator, he's saying everybody, their experiences, their feelings are valid. And the worst thing that you could do is cut somebody off because they are, the way they present present themselves and their experiences. So it's a high degree of there's creator, he called us to have a high degree of empathy for one another. You know, Remember the parallax view? I see it one way, you may see it another way, but we're looking at the same thing from different angles. So it produces different, what I mean, opinions and insights into the same situation. I mean, there ain't no problem there. I mean, if both conclusions have the flavor of positivity for your brethren, then it's all good, you know. But we seem to be in a reality where, you know, some people say, no, it's the way I explain it. You know, there is no flexibility when we talking to one another. We can't couch it in a way in which we can both be at peace. It's got to be my way, or you're wrong, or I mean, and it may be a little thing to somebody else, but me being a Libra and our thing being relationships, we see a problem in that. We can see, we have a vibration on us where we could easily see when the conversation is getting ready to go wrong. We can see that way ahead of time because there's an imbalance in the way the two people are relating to one another. See, the creator's given us that ability, not to say other people can't see it. I think that he's given us a heightened ability. That's what we're supposed to bring to the world in order to balance the world out. Everybody has a gift that they can share with each other to bless their soul. Here's something else that I posted. Something else that it says, in what ways, okay, the zodiac, does understanding the zodiac can help individuals fulfill their responsibilities in life. So I just let you read that. I won't I ain't gonna read that, but I'll scroll it a little bit and then you can stop the video. I want to try to touch on some of the more interesting, you might want to hear about, some of the more interesting questions. Let me see. What does the OAHSPE Bible say about people who do not forgive others? I'll let you just read that. I won't go into that. But if somebody here wants me to touch on something, then just put in the chat and I'll do it. I'll go back to it. I'm just trying to touch and go. Here's a good one. What is the lesson that Anuhaja, the false god, what is the lesson that the Anuhaja, who is a false god, what is the lesson for us? Anuhaja, a lot of you probably don't know who Anuhaja is. Anuhaja. Does the OAHSPE, does it give a definition for Anuhaja? Let me go back and see. Now, I'm not sharing the screen, okay? I'm going to look at the glossary to see if it'll give a definition of Anuhaja. Probably won't, but let me look. Okay, it don't give, he's not in the glossary, Anuhaja. Those of us who know he was a false god. We were given his example so we could learn a lesson. Okay, they don't have a definition for Anuhaja. All right, so it says the lesson that Anuhaja teaches us can be understood through his journey and the consequences of his actions, as portrayed in the document. Anuhaja, initially a subordinate deity who fell into falsehood and jealousy, represents the dangers of self-serving ambition and the neglect of true spiritual responsibilities. His story illustrates several key teachings. One, the importance of true leadership. Anuhaja's rise to power through deceit emphasizes that true leaders should strive to uplift others, rather than exploit them for personal gain. You see why America can't make it? You see why they can't make it? If I may digress for a second, you see why America, where we live, can't make it? Why? Because they do not, you're only as good as the people you serve, man, And if you got a situation where people are rising up, and it's been that way for a while, from what I can see, we in a situation where I like to follow social media. I like to stay in tune with the flavor. That's how high the temperature is going in our reality. And it's going through the roof right now, man, And that tells you that's a sign that the government is abandoning the people. We got a good taste of that. You probably don't know about what happened a few weeks ago or a couple of weeks with the Israeli Prime Minister. He came to this country and he's been doing all that killing over there. I mean, women and children, bombing the hell out of them. He came over here and they gave him 58 standing ovations in the course of about an hour and a half during the time he spoke. 58 standing ovations because we are under a government that it's been bought off, and I even got to be careful saying that on YouTube because the J-ish people, they're that powerful. They can limit what you say. They can control even what you say. That they bought the media. If you look and you do a little study, you'll see who's in charge of these. I mean, I don't think I'm telling anybody anything new, but the creator, he says that if true leaders, that they're supposed to strive, and that includes the government, they're supposed to have, we see a lot of self-serving going on. You know what I mean? That's what the people, and see, we got all this technology. Everybody can watch each other. And the government is getting exposed. They're supposed to be taking care of the people, not lining their own pockets. We have not learned the lesson of Anuhaja. And what happened to Anuhaja's kingdom? Let's keep reading. Elijah. It says, good leadership involves service, wisdom, and commitment of well-being of all. Well-being of all, man. The kingdom of God. The consequences of this. Now, this is the lesson that we learned when we read the account of Anahaja. The AI is giving us a summary of what he's teaching us. The lesson he's teaching us. Number 2, it was the consequences of disharmony. Anahaja's ultimate downfall demonstrates that actions rooted in selfishness and discord lead to isolation and failure. His refusal to embrace unity and harmony results in a fragmented kingdom, highlighting the need for cooperation and collective effort in spiritual growth. Doesn't the Bible say that a house divided cannot stand? See, I'm telling you, brethren, that's what America is learning the hard way. We're an empire in decline, and I describe America like a jilted girlfriend, man. If you ever come across a girl and you cut her loose, you asking for hell. If she's still emotionally involved and you cut her loose, man, if you want to see hell on earth, go ahead and do that, right? Go ahead and do it, When she go to the store and buy a black skillet, you know how she's going to use it. It's going to be across your head, No, but on all seriousness, man, it ain't nothing nice. The division, the isolation and failure, it says here. The lessons of Anahaja. It says, number 3, the significance of spiritual education. Through the narrative, it becomes evident that a strong educational foundation in both corporal and spiritual matters is crucial. And Elijah's failures, along with the neglect of education, show that enlightenment and knowledge are vital for ascension and the development of spiritual beings. Quest for redemption. And Elijah's eventual repentance and service in Ilkin suggests that redemption is possible through acknowledgement of one's faults and active contributions to the greater good. It teaches that even those who stray can find a path back to righteousness through sincere effort. It says self-reflection and growth. And Hajj's journey serves as a reminder to engage in self-reflection and seek personal and collective spiritual growth. It is essential for individuals to recognize their own motivations and aspire to lift themselves and those around them, aligning themselves with the Creator's purpose. So, in summary, it says, Anahaja teaches us about the dangers of falsehood and the selfish ambition while highlighting the importance of true leadership. Education, unity, redemption, self-reflection, and the spiritual journey. Here's an interesting one. You might want to read. Does the OAHSPE say anything about transgender people? All right, so you can read that. I'm not going to read it. You can stop the video. You can read about that. Here's another a question. What specific examples from the OAHSPE illustrate the negative consequences of vainglory? Okay, you can check that out. Negative consequences of vainglory. All of these are negative consequences of vainglory. Vainglory, I think what I do is a lot of times I think about reality, period. I want to know to a T where I live, what type of a situation am I in, so that I can learn from other people's mistakes. I'll call them mistakes or the lessons that I want other people to learn hard lessons. I don't want to have to go through hard. I want to learn from people's mistakes or what they do, and then to compare it with the OAHSPE so that I can walk a straight line, man. I don't like to waste time when it comes to spirituality. I believe that I'm here and that you know, I just want to hit a home run, man, while I'm at the plate. I don't want to mess around. You know, it says according to or here's I don't I asked it another question. Oh, do people get away with evil? Do people get away with evil? And see, it's about time for the reading of the word, so I'm not reading any of this. And just want to show you, and join this room. If anybody sees this video, here's the room. This brother Omian's room. And then he's got another room too. This room right here. If you want to go to university for free, here it is. Now, this is a degree you want right here. You want this degree, brother? That's a degree you want, man. You know what I'm saying? You want this degree right here, brother. I want that degree. All right, let's get back. And Elijah. Do people get away with being evil? Yeah, Dave. That's something that's in the Bible. That's true. I believe that. A lot of guys when they're young, they like to play with a woman's emotions. I'm talking about me too. I did it, because it's really strange when somebody loves you and you never experienced it before and you see the power that you have over them. And you want to play with people, man. I mean, it's the looking back, hindsight is 2020, man, but it's a terrible thing, man. It's a shame you have to learn not to play, especially with a woman's emotions. It's a shame to have to learn that, man, only when you get older. When you're young and they make you feel like you're king of the world and you don't know how to handle that, you know. But then at the end, you're the one that's nearly out of your mind because you broke up. See, it's like that's like love American style, man. It's like you give it in order to take it back. You give it in order to take it back, man. It's like it's a terrible thing. And nobody wins. Nobody wins. Love American style. It's like capitalism. What does what does the OAHSPE say when we fail? Oh, you can read that. You can read that. What does the OAHSPE say when we fail? It says, should faithists look forward to the afterlife according to the OAHSPE? You know, I mean, I like to try to think of questions that people would really like to ask according to the OAHSPE. So you can read that. I'll read it. It says, according to the OAHSPE Practical Guidebook to Spiritual Life, faith should indeed look forward to the afterlife. The text emphasizes the belief that the spirit within man is eternal and ascends to heavenly habitations after death. This understanding relates to the teachings of Jehovah, who fosters the concept of resurrections in heaven. It says the document portrays the afterlife as a continuation of spiritual growth. Those who live righteously can expect, look at that. Do you know you can expect honor and glory? Do you know that? Does anybody believe that? You know what I mean? I believe it. Have you ever seen a visiting head of state come to, any country? The pomp and the ceremony, you know? You remember the wedding of Queen Diana? Does anybody remember that? I know, you know, you might not care. It was real famous, man, because of the pomp and the ceremony. And they had it on TV. It was prime time. It was like a couple of hours long. All the horsemen. I mean, look at what it says here in the OSPE. It says that believers, it says faithists, it says the document portrays the afterlife as a continuation of spiritual growth. Those who live righteously, look at that, can expect honor and glory in the next life. It suggests that individuals have responsibilities to their spiritual practices and emphasizes self-knowledge over blind belief. Self-knowledge over blind belief. See, ain't that what we got here in this reality? I mean, I'm sure that with the Beast Kingdom, with Christianity, with Mohammedanism, with Hindu and Buddha, blind belief. Simply because other people are. The Bible's been around for a long time. Other people believed it. I don't study it, but I believe it. That's blind belief. And you have no understanding. You got no knowledge. You just believe it because everybody else do. It's blind belief, man. The Creator says He desires knowledge, self-knowledge. He wants us to be able to think for ourselves. It's like He give us a template. He give us the OAHSPE. You should be able to get the vibration of the OAHSPE, man. When you read it, you should. You should be able to get, what's a good word that the people use in the world? You should be able to get the idea, the flavor of it. You don't need to go all deep into it to get that what the Creator is all about. You got keywords that just, they seal the deal. The Creator, He desires self-knowledge. Everybody is got a degree of in them to be able to learn to what it required to live in the third resurrection. Just picture a community. Some brethren have tried it in this reality where you got a bunch of brethren who are committed to one another. They committed to one another, man. Attitude free, vibration free. From what I've seen to understand, they know the Creator is going to take care of them. Not only that, but He's going to bless them. It should be easy to, yeah. Dave says, of course. Just look at all the ceremonies. That's a good point, brother. Yeah, like when they gave that who was it? Ahura? When they gave that, they put on a presentation for Ahura. Was it Ahura's sub gods? And the people they did a presentation of power, wisdom, and glory, I think it was. I mean, they put on a talent show. They displayed like wisdom and power, and they didn't even get finished with the first show, and the people were going ballistic. You know, Creator, he gave them a little taste. He gave them a little taste of the realm of the kingdom that they couldn't see. And until then, they were under stagnation. You know, they didn't care about anything. These sub guys, they weren't satisfied. They didn't like Ahura's kingdom. They didn't, they just weren't good for much. And then it's like the Ethereum gods, it's like they came and got and said, look, man, come here. Let me show you something. Let me show you. Oh, okay. No, Book of Su, long before Ahura. Oh, okay. So it was somebody else then, other sub gods that they put on the show board. Am I right about that? They put on the Ethereans. They put on a show for somebody's sub gods. You know what I'm talking about? Showing them the glory, majesty of the kingdom where they live. But anyway, see, where was that? Let me get back. It says, uh, by engaging in good works and fostering a connection with the Creator, faithists are encouraged to view the afterlife with hope and anticipation of a higher existence. Look at this, characterized by joy and harmony. Does that sound good to y'all? Joy and harmony, man. That's what the whole world is chasing. But it's like nobody wants to go through the affliction of this. I shouldn't say nobody, It's like when you in this reality, all you can think of is number one, your immediate situation. Number two, how you going to survive. And number three, chasing pleasure and entertainment. And the eternal kingdom, it has no appeal. It has no appeal, man, unless the Creator, he's got to put that seed in you to make you want to learn. That's the only way you're going to endure this reality. And before we know it, it could all be finished. Tonight, that could be it. You know what I mean? That's a deal I'm ready to take. I don't think it was of me. I think it's just the will of the Creator. But nobody has to feel left out. In summary, faithists are encouraged to look forward to the afterlife, where they can achieve greater spiritual advancement and communion with the Creator, thus reinforcing the importance of their earthly actions as a preparation for the life to come. See, is the Creator androgynous according to the OAHSPE? Oh man, it's time for the reading again, man. Anyway, I'll do a couple more. Y'all can read. You can stop the video. I'll just show you some questions. Is the Creator androgynous according to the OAHSPE Bible? What does the OAHSPE Bible say about men who love to be empowered and have authority over others? Well, it says, what are spiritual truths? I'll show it so you can stop the video. Scroll it so you can read it if you want to. You can stop the video and read it. It says, what are the key principles emphasized in OAHSPE that differ from traditional Christian teachings? Let me do that. So you can read that. Yeah, Dave. The Ethereans, they did dances, but they were dressed in all white, while the atmospheric spirits were dressed in gaudy garb, meaning you would think that by looking at that situation, the atmospherians were the ones that were in the Etherean realm. They were dressed up like, what's the name of somebody who dresses real fancy and wearing furs and, when it says gaudy clothing, it means outrageous clothing, thinking that you're impressing somebody. The stuff that people do in this reality, they dress up and it's like they try to outdo one another. And so actually with that story there that Dave is referencing, they showed up all dressed up, decked out like that, so that the Ethereans would say, "Oh man, we blown away, man. Oh wow, man, we're afraid of you. Look how you dressed." If I'm not mistaken, here it says, "Does the OAHSPE Bible talk about people who only take and not give?" That's another question I asked it. I don't know what made me think of that. What does the OAHSPE Bible talk about people who only take and do not give? Here it talks about the unholy man, the heavenly man, the spiritual man. Yeah, that's right, Elijah. The Ethereans, from what I understand, they didn't even get finished with doing what they were doing, and the people they bum rushed them, wanting to know how they could join with them. What does the OAHSPE say about man's character? So that's the name of the video that I'm getting ready to do. So here it gives you a little list of what the creator he says about your character. According to the document, what is the purpose of life? According to the OAHSPE, you can read that. What is the significance of each prophetic number in the philosophy? You can scroll that if you want to. Check this one out. The inoculation or vaccination of flesh with poison, meaning vaccines to save it from poison, bacteria, virus, disease, is to use the battle axes. Excuse me. Is to use the battle axe of Satan. It says, "Man shall learn the higher law to save by virtue instead of vice." See that? Isn't that interesting? The Creator, he warns against inoculation or vaccination of flesh. He says that's with poisons to save it from poison. And that's exactly what, if I'm not mistaken, that vaccinations are. It's a smaller part of the thing you're afflicted with in order to create an immunity against it in your body, injecting you with the thing that's making you sick in order to create an immunity to it. The body, things get in the body fights it until the immunity is broken down. But the last injection was meant to tear down the immunity. I have to be careful because they could, they don't want people talking about this. This type of truth is not allowed, but the truth got out about that agenda, and it was for purposes of depopulation. So now it's a good time to go into the reading of the word. The reading is going to be in the book of discipline. It's going to be in the book of discipline. Book of discipline. Let's see. Okay. So let's get the book of discipline, chapter 5. And it talks about character. And I think that it just got put on my spirit to talk about it because you see the same thing every day in this reality. You see the lack of character. It's the lack of character. It's the lack of character, man, because you see that people do things for riches, for money. I don't have to tell you, brother, I'm not telling you anything new. You see the way it go in this reality, man. The manipulation, the corruption of it, the double dealing, the lying, the cheating. And I hate to say it, man, but this country's at the top. This country's I fear for what's going to come upon this nation. I think that's why I asked AI the question, do people get away with evil or something like that? Because that's what you got going on in our reality. We're going to see the Creator. He's going to validate himself, and he's going to validate his word. And it's too bad. And he letting it go on. We in a situation where, man, he can't get it, man. He has to have what some other nations got. He don't care what he has, what he does to them. Life, it don't have no value. And we think that it's just going to all blow away and it's going to be as if it never even happened. But the Creator, he don't forget. We can't forget that, man. You know, from what I seem to see, the Creator he just letting it play out, and he's going to show it to you. Faith this that he means what he says. I think he's going to let this reality be a lesson for us to help us, to strengthen us in our faith. What it means to chase the world, what it means to sacrifice your character. You don't care about your character. You'll do anything for money. Money is key. You sacrifice. You don't care about your character. It don't got no value to you. I mean, not you, brother, but you know what I mean? And so chapter 5, it talks about God shows how mortals may attain inspiration from Jehovah and from the angels of the second resurrection. It's going to deal a lot with your character. And then Dave says, yep, vaccines are made from supposedly dead viruses and bacteria, but there are a lot, of other things in vaccines that may be harmful to the natural immune system. Yeah. Well, the latest one, see, they have things in the world called, it's a name to see what people will do, how far the government will let them go. And there's a name for it. I forget what the name of it is right now, but they have these studies where they'll see how far people will let them go. And the more people let the government get away with what they do, infringe on their rights, then they do it. And they just keep going and going. And it's gotten to a point now where the government people, they say, it's okay, whatever you tell me to put in my body, okay, I'll do it. You told me through your media that I can trust the medical profession. You told me through your media, your TV, and you give us the image. I mean, look at them. They're wearing white clothes. Isn't that what the angels wear? You know what I mean? I mean, the brainwashing. And so it's gotten to a point now where technology, it's like they want to find ways to control people even through their own biological makeup. And any way that they can find to make the people more dependent on the government and make you more willing to give up what little rights that you have. It's all because of a lack of character, man. Lack of character. We live in a reality where people don't see any value in it. You don't care about it. You don't think that there's any consequences behind violating it. That's why that prime minister in Israel, it seems like he's got to a point where he just feels, hey, my character, it ain't worth nothing. There ain't no, it ain't, it's, it don't mean a thing to me. So I know that in order to get power, you have to be able to lie. You have to be able to deceive. You got to be able to not have a conscience. You ain't got no conscience, man. So that means you subject to do anything. That's the big thing in the world right now. You got a bunch of people, man. to care less about anything spiritual. Got no conscience, got no character. All they can see is what's here in this reality. They realize they probably won't get it unless they violate their conscience or their character, which means lawlessness. So here we are in Book of Discipline, chapter 5. May the Creator bless the reading of His Word. And the name of the video is Your Character. Your character. Consider your character. That's what's going to deliver us. Our character. Creator says that's what He looks at. He says, verse 1, whoever rules over his own earthly desires, passions, actions, words, and thoughts, being constantly watchful, where the highest light and greatest good is on the right road. Simple as that right there. When you consider yourself, you're not going to do your brother wrong, man. It's simple as that, man. You know, it's simple as that. When we see that we are called to examine ourselves, judge ourselves, then we're going to do right by not only ourselves, but we're going to do right by the reality that we live in. Simple as that. It's simple as that. And if he persists in this till it has become a constitutional growth within him, then he shall hear the voice. There it is right there. See? If it becomes endemic in you, you just make up your mind. Look, man, this is a temporary thing. I'm in this reality, and I realize I can receive that this is not the end of me. That this is just a situation I'm in, and what I'm doing right now determines the rest of my eternity. You know what I'm saying? And you set your mind, then it's going to become a constitutional. It's going to be as natural. It's going to be as embedded as sleeping, or winking. It's going to be in you, man. It's going to be hardened. See, that's what he's saying here. If we persist until it has become a constitutional growth, let's look at the word. Let's look at the meaning of the word. Relating, establish. If it becomes an established set of principles in you, an established set of principles in you, a constitutional growth, then you shall hear the voice. Who then can judge him except those who have also attained to the same high estate? It is wise for the unlearned to dispute with the learned, I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Is it wise for the unlearned to dispute with the learned, or the unholy with the holy? Shall the drunken man reeking with foul smell sign the pledge to drink no more and immediately say, we temperance men, and presume to dwell with the pure? In other words, the Creator says, you can't just make the possess. Oh, I forgot to share the tab. Oh. Oh. Shall the drunken man reeking with foul smell sign the pledge to drink no more and immediately say, we are temperance men, and presume to dwell with the pure? In other words, I'm telling you, bro, I'm beating you every time. I know that you posted that, and the delay is causing it to come on late. But I'm cheating, man. I'm taking credit for switching on time. I'm gonna take credit. It says, shall the drunken man reeking with foul smell sign the pledge to drink no more and immediately say, we temperance men, and presume to dwell with the pure? The Creator, he says, it don't fly with him. He says, basically, you got to show you're right. You have to stand the test of time. That's basically what it is. We are standing the test of time. So we shouldn't think that we're stagnating and everybody else is getting ahead of us and our day will never come. And not knowing the plan of the Creator is He uses the ultimate test in all things. He says, can you stand the test of time? Then that will tell Him that your sincerity is constitutional. It's set in stone in you. He says, verse 5, I say to you, till that man is purified and grown to be constitutionally temperate, he is not temperate. See there? You got to love it, man, the Creator. He don't go off of, it's got to be our, our pledge has got to be constitutional. I love it, man. I love it. It says, consider then the seers and prophets who hear the angels, whether they have grown constitutionally to be one with purity, wisdom, and goodness. It says, for this is required of those who presume to hear me and my holy ones. And having attained to this, who except those who have attained to the same can judge them? Shall a man ask a magician regarding the inspiration of your prophets of your God, or the angels of the first resurrection be consulted as to their opinions of my revelations and their words taken for truth without substantiation? Well, it's like the Creator is saying that does he take counsel from someone who hasn't even proven himself? Let all things be proved or supported by corresponding testimony known to be true, as the holy man perceives how things should be in the heavens above, so they are. The unholy man sees heavenly things only dimly. He binds himself in ancient revelations which have become corrupted, and that's exactly what we witness in today. We are witnessing. I mean, it's amazing. This is amazing. We witnessing this today. Men who the Bible. Let me read it again. It says, "He who binds himself in the Bible, which have become corrupted." It says, "The unholy man sees heavenly things only dimly." The unholy man sees heavenly things only dimly. He binds himself in ancient revelations which have become corrupted. The Bible. The Bible. And it's amazing, man. I mean, the Creator, spirituality and deception and false gods and evil, wicked spirits. And the Bible is an everyday lesson for me. The false gods have insulated the Bible so that you can answer the Bible, but those who are in bondage to the Bible, they can answer you back and only deceive themselves more and more. It's like the Bible's written in such a way to put a lock on people's spirit, their mind. And the only one who can break that is Creator. He's the only one who can break that, man. It's a miracle. It may mean nothing to you, but I can see it. It said Jehovah is as near this day as in time of the ancients. Put yourself in order, becoming one with Him, and no book is so easily read as His created universe. It says inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote, His worlds. No, the Creator is saying that it's a more powerful revelation than the world, hey, Daryl, I thought I banned you, brother. Have you come to try to bust me open? Oh man, I might have to ban this brother here, man. Every time he show up, man, that brother brings some nuclear weapons with him, man. I had to stay away from him. Stay away from that brother there, man. Daryl Cosby. Oh man, the creator done really gifted that brother, man. Oh, okay. He said you leaving me alone. Yeah. God bless you, brother. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jehovah wrote. His worlds. Look at that. Consider that. Inspiration comes less by books. He's saying, think about that for a second. Inspiration comes less by books than by what Jovi wrote, his worlds. So it's like he said, you can get more out of just taking a look at his creation. Get more out of that than by any book that a man can write. He said, read him and his works. He said, frame your speech and your thoughts for him. Oh, it's funny. Daryl shows up, and this is the verse that he gave to me a couple of months back when I was talking to him about how you treat people, and you'll be answered in your behavior towards people. And he used this verse right here. The Creator will answer you in your own behavior. Meaning, I think the question I asked is, how can you know if you are in the will, what the Creator thinks about you? And then he came on and said how you treat other people or something like that. And then he referenced this verse right here. You will be answered in your own behavior and in the happiness of your soul, it says here. But the same applies positively or negatively. How you treat people is how they're going to respond to you. And you're going to be able to have a good idea about what the Creator thinks about how you're conducting yourself. It sounds like to me, it's a great verse, man. Great verse. It says, great wisdom cannot be attained in a day, nor purity and strength to overcome temptation till the growth is from the foundation, man. Your character. It's got to be the, you know what I mean? The corrupted character, it's got to be pulled up by the root, man. You got to pull it up by the root. The roots which go beneath the ground. I'm finding that to be true every single day, man. I'm trying to get rid of those roots and look at people differently, think the best about people, examine myself. I think it's amazing the attacks from the evil. They just don't let up, man. They won't let up. It's like, wow, you know. Matter of fact, there's a verse in the OAHSPE where he says they fight you to the death. The beast, false gods, you brethren are going to get fought to the death, man. The war in your mind, the attacks. The fool will say, verse 13, the fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. It says, yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. Look at that. He says, the fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge could write. Yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the words of your God. And Creator says, he said, all right, let him do this. Well, he said, let him do this. Well, and behold, he will also declare my words from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. I'm missing something here. I didn't translate that right. It says the fool will say the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge can write. So here's an unbeliever talking. And then it said, yet he has not wisely imitated the power of the word. So basically the fool is saying people are hypocrites. Nobody does what they proclaim. And then he says, let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. So it seems like two people speaking here, like verse 14 sounds like the creator. Learn to imitate as well as have knowledge. It's like the creator seems to be saying, let him do this well, and behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yes, he will recognize them wherever found. I think that he's saying also that your character, when your character comes in line with the creator, then we're going to admit the same. We're going to be able to admit that the creator is the one that is powerful enough to get us to reform ourselves. He's the only one that can do it. It can only be from the creator. The creator. It's like he's promising if you can endure it, if you can continue in doing what is right, and learning and growing, and it becomes constitutional, you can vouch for the creator. We can vouch for him that his word is true and that he has power. And I'm really learning this because I'm doing battle with myself. In Christianity, you ain't really got to do battle with yourself. I don't want to sound harsh, but it's a different thing with the OAHSPE because the creator, he's emphasizing, he really emphasizes, hey, I'm right there with you. I'm as close to you as the nose on your face. That's what he keeps telling me. I read, he keeps saying, he emphasizes it. And so at some point, you should get the point. You should get the point. And then you say to yourself, I got to be for real. I got to be for real in this thing, man. I got to look at people. I got to take off that evil vibration. I got to be for real, man. Put down the tech racks, the negative tech racks. They got to be put down, man. It's like the creators say, hey, the third resurrection is no joke, man. If you want to deceive yourself, I'll go ahead and let you. But if you don't want to deceive yourself, I'll help you. And if you can endure, you're going to overcome. And then you're going to find yourself in the third resurrection getting ready to go into Etheria. If you can just overcome your reality, if you can just overcome it, meaning to keep it up, it's going to reap a reward. It's going to reap far above what we could ever imagine from what I can see. I mean, the things I be reading, what the creator is, we just can't imagine. I mean, it's just all good for faithists, I'll say. It is the will and wish of your God that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest light, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle, holy book, or upon consulting the spirits, and that their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life to all people, for the glory of Jehovah. I don't know what that term long life means to all people. I don't know what he means by that. And that will conclude the reading of his word. So now I can go ahead and ask AI, what is the meaning of long life according to the OAHSPE? What is the meaning of long life according to the OAHSPE? Oh, check this out. What is the meaning of long life? What is the meaning of long life according to the OAHSPE Bible? I don't know if it's going to be able to answer this. If you don't have anything you want me to ask it, just put it in the chat and we can have some fun. I will conclude the reading of the word. So now let's see if we can have some little more fun about asking questions about anything that is in the OAHSPE. It says, according to the OAHSPE Practical Guidebook of the Spiritual Life. Here, let me, I don't know if you can see that very well. Let me put it in my room, or let me put it in Omian's room so we can read it more clear. What is the meaning of long life? And from here on out, if y'all don't have anything, then I'm going to just ask it questions that come to my mind, ask a couple of questions, or go back to look at some of the other things that I wrote in my room. That might be a good idea. Okay, now here I just asked the AI, what is the meaning? In the verse we read, it talks about long life and book of discipline, but it can sound like there's a limit to eternal life. That's why I'm asking this. I know there's not, but I want to see what it means by long life. What is the meaning of long life according to the OAHSPE? According to the OAHSPE Practical Guidebook for Spiritual Life, the concept of long life transcends mere physical existence and is closely tied to the spiritual dimension of humanity. The text suggests that while human life is subject to death, there exists a spirit within each individual that is potent and eternal, capable of ascending to heavenly realms. This notion is articulated through the dialogues between the Ihans and the Druids, where it is emphasized that the spirit never dies and has potential for everlasting life. Long life in this context implies not just a duration, but a quality. Oh, okay. It's a quality of. Oh, I like that. I like that. It's a quality of existence. It's like, if I may digress, it's like, would you rather live in Cabrini Green in Chicago or in Beverly Hills? Holmby Hills, San Bernardino, it's night and day. The quality is different, is what the AI is saying, what the OAHSPE means by long life. See, it's like there are people in this reality who would say that life is not life in this reality, because of their circumstances. You heard people say, man, this ain't living. So I get it. Long life is, in context, it means the quality. Quality. But the quality of existence characterized by spiritual growth, fulfillment, alignment with the Creator's will. The teachings encourage individuals to engage in righteousness, love, and good works, thereby cultivating a deeper relationship with the Creator. Proactive engagement in spiritual practices from an early age is portrayed as a pathway to achieving honor and glory, ultimately culminating in a form of immortality, where the spirit continues its journey through corporeal existence. In conclusion, long life in the OAHSPE framework is about achieving spiritual enlightenment and growth, leading to everlasting life and a harmonious existence within the universal creation, rather than simply the length of one's physical life. Okay, good enough. The quality is what I get from that, is what it's emphasizing. Let me see. I'm back in the room now. Daryl says, what is consciousness according to OAHSPE? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good question. Let's see if OAHSPE can handle it. I mean, OAHSPE, the AI. Let's see. I want to hear the answer to this one too. Okay, I won't be able to see the chat, so bear with me. Let me see. Daryl said, what is consciousness according to the OAHSPE? What is consciousness according to the OAHSPE? Oh man, it's spelled wrong. I got to spell it out when I say OAHSPE. OAHSPE Bible. Oh, oh, okay, there we go. Okay, it says, well, let me see. I can just read the summary. Now let me read the whole thing. Let me see what it says. It says in the OAHSPE practical. Let me copy it and put it in the room. Let me copy so other brethren can see it. Now this is funny. He won't let me copy it. I wonder why. All right. It says in the OAHSPE Practical Guidebook to the Spiritual Life, consciousness is presented as a significant aspect of human existence that integrates both corporal and physical and spiritual dimensions. It is described as a capacity for knowledge, understanding, and self awareness facilitated by the Creator Jehovah. Oh, now it's going to let me copy it. All right. Let me copy it better and then put it into the, let me see, let me put it in Homian's room so we can read it better. I'm not looking at the chat right now, so bear with me. Okay, so here's Daryl's question. What is consciousness according to the OAHSPE? Let me shorten the room, then I'll be able to see the chat. So here it is right here. In the OAHSPE Practical Guidebook to the Spiritual Life, consciousness is presented as a significant aspect of human existence that integrates both corporal and physical and spiritual dimensions. It is described as a capacity for knowledge, understanding, and self-awareness by the Creator Jehovah. The text emphasizes that through one's consciousness, individuals can reach a deeper understanding of themselves, their purpose, and the universe. Specifically, the document suggests that consciousness allows individuals to recognize their weaknesses. This is nice. Recognize their weaknesses in the nature of their thoughts, urging them to seek enlightenment and personal growth. The development of consciousness is linked to the journey towards spiritual freedom, which carries inherent responsibilities. This journey involves engaging in righteousness, love, and good works, leading to self-judgment. Self-judgment, there is that word again. Self-liberation. It says, furthermore, the text posits that as individuals cultivate their consciousness, they gain insights into the spiritual realm and their relationship with the Creator, effectively opening to themselves the wisdom and guidance available from higher planes of existence. This proactive engagement and leading one's consciousness is seen as essential to achieving personal honor and contributing to universal glory. In summary, consciousness in the OAHSPE Bible encompasses self-awareness. Now that's a good one right there. The capacity for spiritual growth and recognition of one's responsibilities toward themselves and others, fostering connection with the Creator and the larger cosmos. Wits! For wits. Brother, good to see you, brother. Wits. Self awareness and consciousness, in summary, consciousness in the OAHSPE Bible encompasses self awareness. That's a big one right there. Self awareness. Self awareness, man. Knowing how you come across to other people is one important reason. I mean, you could be offending people and you don't even know it because you're not aware of how you're coming across. And then you wonder why you're turning people off to you, no matter what you say. And then that goes back to the verse that we shared earlier today, the one that Daryl brought out about you'll be answered in your own behavior. That's how the Creator tells you, hey, I approve of what you're doing or I don't approve of what you're doing. Because I'm in that person you're talking to as well. You know, their mind just as much as your mind. You know. So he's saying that the right understanding is to go about and try in balance, not trying to, you know, deal with everybody the same way, you know. And then Nazarene said, what is Saw according to OAHSPE? Saw. Saw? Will it answer something like that? Let's check it out. I don't think that, well, unless it's in the OAHSPE, let's see. What is the definition of SA in the OAHSPE Bible? Oh no, wait a minute. He said, "What is Saw?" Okay, let's change that. What is Saw? Okay, I gotta erase that. What is SA according to the OAHSPE Bible? Remember, if y'all have questions, now's the time to put it in the chat. All right. Oh, do we have a question here that it cannot answer? Why is it not trying to answer it then? Maybe because I clicked off of it. Let's see. What is SA according to the OAHSPE Bible? Let's try it again. Oh, okay, here we go. It says Saw in the content of the OAHSPE Bible. Saw refers to a term used to represent the concept of spiritual understanding and enlightenment. The work emphasizes the dual nature of man, both corporal and spiritual, and encourages individuals to seek a deeper connection with the Creator through knowledge, self judgment, and righteous living. The teachings in OAHSPE indicate that attaining spiritual freedom, SA, comes with responsibility and a proactive approach to practicing good works. This spiritual journey is aimed at self-discovery and contributing to universal harmony with the Creator and vision as guide and elder brother. Okay, so that's wrong. With the Creator and vision as a guide and elder brother, so that's wrong. Rather than a dictator, the Creator is not an elder brother. I mean, I get the intent of the way it's worded. It's a God that is pictured as an elder brother, not the creator. It says, while the text does not provide a specific definition for SA, it is implied that it encompasses the broader areas of wisdom, growth, and the pursuit of higher spiritual qualities, leading to a greater understanding of one's purpose and the divine. Involvement in acts of righteousness, love, good work from an early age is essential for achieving the state of enlightenment. Ultimately, SA and OAHSPE represents the spiritual development and enlightenment that individuals aspire to attain in their lives. All right, so I don't know if that helps, Nazarene. I don't know if that's what if that will um, answer your question. Because one thing I noticed is like a lot of things point to the same characteristics. The focus on learning, knowledge, good works, self examination. I mean, the principles, those are like principles that really are in a lot of answers. A lot of times not. It depends on, you're only limited by what you can think to ask. That's all you're limited by. Now, it could get really interesting. I'm going to have fun with it tonight. I'm going to ask about what is the lesson of Luamong? What is the lesson of Baal? What is the lesson of Asherah? What's the lesson of Ashtaroth? What's the lesson of, Thoth? What's the lesson of, Bon and Ben and inspiration? And, it just, you're only limited by what you can think when you're talking about trying to learn, trying to use this technology so that you can learn, so you can be built up, so that you can share it with other brethren, Let me see. Nazarene says, go to see, book 35. Oh, discipline book. Go to 35, 19, book of discipline. Is that 35, 19? 35, 19, book of discipline. Or is that book of discipline? 35. So let's see. Book of Sapa. Is that book 35? Book of Sapa. Book of Sapa. All right. Book of Sapa. Uh, Book of Sapa is let me see. What go to 30, is that book 35? Book 35? Book of Sapa. No. Hold on a second. Book of Sapa. Book of Sapa. All right. Book of Sapa. What chapter and verse? 19? A19 or D19? So D19. All right. D19. Sock, the crossbones. The sign of an evil man that died in evil. Panic. The evil cross. The English letter X. He was bound on the wheel and perished. Oh, Saul, false prophet, the wheel. When he put you on the wheel to test to see if you're a true prophet, there was no all holy in him. Let this mark be branded upon his forehead so that all men may know he is a false prophet. He rotted on the wheel. Let this be a sign of evil spirits. Saw, Ebra, to wither. This shall be the sign of war. It shall be on the banners of the righteous. They shall go forth shouting, Issabah, Issabi, Ebra, to die. Saw, Shanae, death. Saw, let us perish righteous sake, rather than do evil. All right. Well, I don't know if I covered what you wanted to bring that up for, Nazarene. You can come on. You can come on the room and give your if you wanted to explain that, explain the reasoning for this verse, why you wanted me to bring it out. I don't know if I touched on how you would or the point that you wanted to make about it. Let me put the link in the room just in case. Evidently, this is somebody he was exposed for being a false prophet. That's about all I can really get out of it. Saw the crossbones, the sign of evil. So anyway, I can't decipher it, bro, the way you might do it. Let me see if I can think of one more. Oh, only ask an AI question. Okay. Let me see. Let me think of one more thing. See if I can think of something else that let me see. Somebody asked in the chat who you want to hear about. Well, tell me, give me someone that you want me to ask, like, what was the lesson of this person or that person? Who do you want to know about in the OAHSPE? Like, say, what was the lesson of blank? Somebody just give me somebody, anybody, somebody you want to find out what the lesson of this individual was in the OAHSPE. What is the lesson the Creator has given us? Just name anybody, and then I'm gonna put it in the AI. Anybody you want to hear about? Maybe a fallen god or something. I'm gonna ask it. What is the lesson of Thoth? How about that? I want to find out what is the lesson of Thoth. Now I'm going to leave the screen, but if y'all put something in the chat, I'll ask about that. Now, and I don't know if I'm even broadcasting this froze on me. Okay, there it is. Gave it back to me. All right. Now, what is the lesson of THOTH? What's, what is the lesson of Thoth? What is the lesson of THOTH? Remember Thoth, he was under Luamong. It says the lesson of Thoth. It says the lesson of Thoth that's depicted in the excerpts from OAHSPE, Practical Guidebook to Spiritual Life, emphasizes the pursuit of wisdom and duality existence. both corporal and spiritual. Thoth, recognized as a great adept, it illustrates the importance, understanding, and mastering both aspects of life. Key teachings from Thoth's journey include pursuit of knowledge. Thoth's dedication to acquiring both corporeal and spiritual knowledge underlines the value of education and learning in achieving personal growth and understanding the nature of reincarnation. He emphasizes the concept of reincarnation. Okay, so that's wrong. That's wrong. But it says it. So we got to translate it. The nature of reincarnation emphasizes the concept of reincarnation, suggesting that individuals are continually reborn until they attain spiritual perfection, which is essential for attaining a deeper understanding and existence in one's purpose. So that's wrong. But show you AI, it ain't perfect, man. Mastery over the spirit, Thoth's experiences with the dormant state and his communion with the divine reflect the idea that true wisdom involves mastering one's spirit to transcend physical constraints and connect with higher realms of existence. All right, mastering one's spirits, and it sounds like people who astrally project that they are able to because they've mastered their own spirit, being able to be quiet and quiet your mind and focus and pray and meditate. The lesson of Thoth is engagement with the divine. The conversations between Thoth and Osiris highlight the importance of seeking divine wisdom and understanding one's place in the universe, viewing the creator as a guiding figure rather than a controlling deity. Spiritual responsibility. One of the lessons of Thoth is spiritual responsibility. The lessons Thoth advocate for a proactive approach to spirituality, proactive, where individuals are encouraged to engage in acts of righteousness, love, and good works, thereby honoring the spiritual responsibilities and contributing to universal harmony. Ultimately, the essence of Thoth's lesson is about the balance between knowledge and spiritual growth, and an active engagement with the divine, leading to greater understanding of one's purpose and the cultivation of harmonious and enlightened life. All right, so my computer froze on me again. I hope I'm broadcasting. Hopefully you can hear me. All right, now give it back to me. All right. All right, man. So that's the lesson of Thoth. So nothing, nobody has anything you want me to ask or OAHSPE or anything? Nobody? All right. That's good enough for me then. That's the best I can do for this episode, for this video. So, brethren, thank you for joining me. I want to give thanks to the Creator for giving the knowledge of how we can use the. Oh, wait a minute. Dave says, whom could the AI have thought? Oh! Oh! Oh, that's a good point. Now let's find out. Let us find out. Yeah, I'd like to find out that. Oh, somebody's in here? Hold on a second. That's a good question, man. I like that. Hold on, let me fix the screen so I can bring you in, whoever's here. All right. Brother?
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you.
Let me,
I can hear you, brother. You sound loud and clear.
okay. Huh. Yeah, it had me confused there, man. I started looking through all my stuff to make sure everything's on here.
I got to take a poke at you every time, every chance that I get, because you be dinging me on the share the tab.
Yeah, I keep getting you on those tabs.
Yeah. Hey, brother,
Yeah,
you got a good question here.
I think the AI got Thoth and Thothma mixed up because Osiris
Yeah.
named Thothma as a reincarnation of Thoth.
Uh
You
huh.
see,
Because when
so
there are those
yeah,
under the righteous side.
the answer is correct in that respect.
Mm-hmm. Wait. Reincarnation?
Yeah, the false god Osiris said
Hey, Omia.
that Thothma was a reincarnation of Thoth.
Oh.
You see,
Oh.
so that's where you're
I
getting all that
see.
reincarnation stuff from. It was actually Osiris that said that.
I got you. There was a Thotma under Osiris, right?
Yeah. Yeah, in fact, Osiris took him up to see OAHSPE, right?
Uh-huh. 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 Very interesting. So, but AI missed the distinction there.
No,
That's
he
interesting.
didn't
Now let
miss
me
the
see. Omia.
distinction. He gave both of them, but you're going to have to separate
Oh,
the
okay.
two.
But yeah, but it did it. Um, I don't know what the word is for it. It gave it. It did it without specifically delineating the difference between the two.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Omia wants me to ask about OAN. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. This this AI does it makes me have to close the screen and to at it. So hold on one second. All right. Now I can't see the chat to let everybody know. I'm looking at the AI. Now I got to go back to the chat to see what Omia's question is. Ask about OAN. Hey, what do you want me? Do you how? How do you want me to phrase the question, Omia? Who was OAN, or what is the lesson of OAN? You want me to ask what is the lesson of OAN? How about that? What is the lesson of OAN? I'll ask why you putting it in the chat. What is the lesson of OAN? So, Dave, the one about Thotma, it was talking about the one under Osiris, the righteous, right?
No, Osiris the false.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry, because it said he was a reincarnation.
Yeah,
But it talked about.
you're thinking of Osiris, right? Now he was. There's a difference in the spelling there. Osiris and Osiri, right? Two different
Mhm.
beings. Osiri is the true, right? He's an Etherean,
Uh-huh.
right?
But
And
he talked.
Osiris is a false, and he was
Oh,
under Hasaj.
uh, but it mentioned some positive qualities of Thoth.
Yeah. Also, uh, Thoth. right, was also a god under Louis Amon,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And took the name Gabriel. So I think AI got all those kind of mixed up and just lumped everything together.
Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Yeah. He did change his name to Gabriel,
Yeah,
and it was Thotma under Osiris, the
yeah.
righteous.
But
It,
uh,
it,
but
it's, it's,
Osiris, he said that Thothma was a reincarnation
and
of
right,
Thoth.
right, right. Of Thotma. All right, Omian. What is OAN? All right. All right. What is OAN? All right. What is OAN? All right. Let's see. Okay. OAN, in the context of the provided text, OAN appears to refer to a philosophical and spiritual concept or group associated with self indulgence and detachment from higher spiritual guidance. The text describes individuals who identify as onans, as those who regret the authority of spirits or deities outside of themselves, often believing that they are free to indulge in their desires without consequence. They are characterized by a philosophy of self conceit and a focus on corporeal satisfaction over spiritual advancement. You know, this is interesting. The Bible, it talks about the sin of Onan, you know, spilling a seed on the ground. You ever heard of that, Dave?
No, I never did study the Bible that much.
Okay, he didn't want to get somebody pregnant, but it's the Bible anyway, you know, so it's dealing
Uh,
with false gods. So, you know, I just find it interesting that Omi and he's asking about it, and it just came to my mind. It says the document presents a stark contrast between the Onan's approach to spirituality and the teachings of a more enlightened spiritual path that emphasizes responsibility, righteousness, and a relationship with the Creator, whom it depicts as a guiding. No, that's wrong, man. But you know, OAHSPE is not the AI. It's not perfect. You know, it even says it. So got to take it with a grain of salt. But at least we can see that it is not perfect, so we can learn to think for ourselves. It says Onan's approach to spirituality and the teachings. It says the Onan's approach to spirituality and the teachings of more enlightened spiritual path that emphasizes responsibility, righteousness, and a relationship with the Creator, whom it depicts as a guiding elder brother rather than a dictatorial figure. The emphasis on the dual nature of man, corporeal and spiritual, implies that the OAN philosophy, stop it. The OAN philosophy may lead to chaos and moral decay, as indicated, the consequences of their indulgent behaviors. Thus, OAN encapsulates a specific mindset that prioritizes personal pleasure and autonomy while dismissing broader and spiritual truths and responsibility. That's a serious word right there. That's serious. Talk about licentiousness in a sense. Oh, here we go right here. It just popped up on the screen. Here's the verse that applies to OAN. So it brought it up. Wow. Yeah, it says, I do solemnly swear before this select OAN that I will never pray to. Now, what is it about OAN? Is what? Now, evidently, I clicked on something that shows where it's at in the Bible, or the OAHSPE. It says, I do solemnly swear before this order, OAN. Now, we have to go back up. Oh, OAN means faith in man only. That's what it sounds like. I'm in verse 24. It won't let me highlight it. It says faith in man only. Faith in men only, signed two men against each other. So it's part of a tablet. Faith in man only, the signs two men leaning against each other. Persons who have risen in intelligence, but not in spirit. Listen to this. Faith in man only. One who believes man is the highest of all things in the world. One who believes there's no person or thing or personality but man. They being Owens indulge in, and it doesn't list the word. I don't know what the missing word would be there. It says, although they were men, only saying there is none above us to see us or to command. He said, shall I not indulge in whatever I choose? That's an OAN. One whose philosophy is in his own conceit and indulgence.
Nah. That blank, I believe, is fornication.
Oh, okay. Because the sin of Onan in the Bible. See, now let's look at the sin of Onan real quick. I think that's also referring to this individual here. Let me read some more. It says, although they were men, only said there was none above us to see us or to command. And they said, shall I indulge in whatever I choose? Being an Onan, there's the word Onan. One whose philosophy is in his own conceit and indulgence. My screen froze. So, okay, I got it back. Let me see. I do solemnly swear before this order, Owen, that I will never pray to nor ejaculate either praise to, praise regarding, or praise on behalf of any person except man. And especially not to the gods or lords of heaven, nor to the unknown and imperishable right of Sodom. Hoan, that which leads to Uxa, particularly lust, the impulsive flesh they call the highest. They threw aside their clothes, going naked like cases of old, saying, is all indulgence not my heritage? Is not all indulgence not my, meaning, ain't I allowed to do what I want? Is all indulgence not my heritage? They fell from industry and decency, saying, we will have no forms of rights, being free, and they became the prey of spirits of idleness and lust, who feast on sinful mortals. Egypt. Spirits of lust came to the Onans and reclothed themselves in mortal forms, indulged in lust with them, and Moses forbade them from coming among his people. Arabania. The Cowans said, let us go stealthily to the tent of Moses and his priests and learn the secret of his spirit power. The Cowans said, why shall man follow Moses? Are there spirits who come to us not as good? Yoanni said, if I love meat, I will eat meat. If I love strong drink, I will have strong drink. If I love sexual indulgence, then I will have sexual indulgence. Who can restrain me? Are my desires not well created? Why should I deny them? The Yoanni were contemporary to the Vedi people, and the Druids' hordes came upon the Yoanni, for their philosophy had divided them among themselves, one against the other, and the progeny became Tirani. So let's get detailed here. 2 and 1, assigned in the order of Oan in mockery of Andromeda. New, which is panic, organs of sex. They said all the living are begotten by indulgence. To worship the organs of indulgence is the highest worship, Arabania. Is not the all creator merely new? And they made images and idols of Nu and set them by the roadsides, both in their cities and the country too. They made small images of Nu, and their women and children went to the marketplaces selling them. Egypt in the time of Moses, some of them having shame in their souls made another image of Nu and gave it head and horns. Loose, panic, and a forced religion by sword, by fire, I'm established. The court language of a period, the written law, yom, panic, and idol, the heathen male, heathen made to represent om, vidi, yom, profane, phonechi. Also, glom, panic, goddess of lust, phonechi. So I'm lost here. I don't know what this is saying.
All those are the same words in different languages throughout time.
Okay, but
so that's why you have Cowans and Owens, and they're all the same concept, but different words because of the different speeches during the different time periods.
That's called hope or hate and panic.
Panic was the original language.
Yeah. Looking at the footnote, 1392, it says, doesn't say. Okay, so all these are in different languages. They mean pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
As Onan. So
okay,
Onan
in mockery of Andromeda, right? Now you can also read that as Andromanius.
Yes.
You see?
In mockery of Andromanius, it says.
Yeah.
In mockery of Andromanius. So evidently Andromanius had.
Or it could be in mockery of Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda.
How could they mock?
One who taught Zarathustra. So I'm not sure exactly how to approach that, because it could be either way.
Right. How do they mock Andromanius?
Well, see, Andromanius is the god of blood and bone. Remember?
So
now
their symbol was to mock Andromanius.
Yeah, or maybe it was to mock Ahura Mazda, right? Who taught Zarathustra, remember?
Yeah.
So that could be either way. You'd have to you'd have to really be discerning on that. And seeing they're against spirit, I'm thinking that they're trying to mock Ahura Mazda.
Yeah, it just sounds like they trying to justify carnality.
Yeah. The reason being, if you go back up to that that verse or down to it, or wherever you went away from it, and take a very close look at that the letters in that name. And Madas or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Andromeda. Let me ask AI what that name
Maida,
means.
right? Like in Mazda, right?
Uh-huh.
Anra, right? Maybe like Ihua Mazda. You
Yeah, that's a
see?
good point. Yeah, yeah. The creator.
Because when I first looked at it, to me, I was thinking Anromanius, right? Because you
Mm-hmm.
got Anra, right there, and Maida, like in
Right.
Manius. But seeing that these are all carnal people, they wouldn't be mocking the carnal gods,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or the spirits that
Yeah, that
would
makes
of
sense.
lust,
That
right?
makes sense. Ahura
So
Mazda.
I'm thinking
They're
they're
talking
making
about the
a
creator.
mockery of uh, uh, Ihua Mazda.
Yeah. And if their philosophy is man above the spirit, then it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean that's the way I read it now. Sorry about that if I got you confused.
No, no, you fleshed it out pretty good. And when you combine this, the Bible, it felt the need to mention, oh, okay, see you later, Elijah. Probably already gone. I find it interesting that the Bible, it mentions Onan in the context of a sexual matter, and he didn't want to get someone pregnant, so it said he spilled a seed on the ground, and it was uh, it, it says something about it made uh, it drew the wrath of God or something like that.
Huh.
You never saw that?
Like I say, I
I don't know. I
never
just think it's
studied the
interesting that
Bible that close.
yeah, yeah. Well,
I
I
got out of
I
the
just think it's
Bible when I was
interesting
about
that these two things,
eight,
those two
nine
things were
years
mentioned.
old. And the reason I did that is
Yeah.
I went to a church service. All right, it was a Wednesday, and there
Uh
was
huh.
like what do you call him? One of them missionary guys. Now, the Sunday I went before that Wednesday, right? I was in, the little kids' class. What do they call that? Bible school or something like that. Oh, and there's yes, Jesus
Uh,
loves me and all this. Now, when I went to that one after his presentation, well, I sat up in the back because I didn't want to be noticed, right? Because
uh,
it was a adult service, all right, and I'm a kid, 9 years old, so I'm sitting up in the back. So when he got done, he spotted me and started walking up through the right down the middle of the aisle, pointing me out. Said, "If you don't believe in Jesus and if you don't repent right now, you're going to go to hell." Well, I got up and I just ran right out of there and took off, right? Went home. Now I'm trying to figure out all the way pedaling my bicycle home, trying to figure out what in the heck did I do to make Jesus so mad at me? He's going to send me to hell. And I couldn't think of anything. I was even pretty good to my kid sister that whole week, you know, or the week before. Now, of course, we have our spats and stuff, but nothing major. Uh, so I went in there and I grabbed the Bible and I said, "There's got to be something in here." So I went to the Ten Commandments, right? And I'm looking down through them, and I come to, oh, I found it. I must have committed adultery, right? Here I am, a kid going to an adult service. Adultery, right? So I said, well, wait a minute. There's like 3 churches here. And the one I went to, the Methodist one, and then they got a Catholic one. Well, maybe I'll go check all of them out. So I went to the Catholic one the next one. I was like 7 o'clock in the morning. So I went in there and sat down. This is like a Roman Catholic one, so they spoke all in Latin, right? And the priest would say something, and I figured that the congregation is going to say what the priest said, right? So, nope, that didn't work. And they all stood up, so I stood up, and then they all sat down, and I sat down. I'm like, I didn't know whether to stand up or sit down. And I'm trying to figure out what in the world's going on. So after that, everybody left except a few people. Then I noticed them going up around in the back somewhere. And after coming out, they look all pleasant and happy again. So I'll go back and see what's going on back there. Maybe you got some answers there. So I see this box, and I see a stool. So I kind of like sit down on a stool, scratch my head, and like, oh, I don't see no. And then I hear this voice out of the box says, so what, how do you say that? What sins have you committed or something like that? I don't remember exactly. So I'm like, oh, well, I think I committed adultery. Well, like, this guy, whoever was in the box tried, thought he was, thought this was real fun. I heard him trying to stifle a lie. Right? Says, well, all you got to do is say 10 Hail Marys and 10 Our Fathers. Oh, okay. So it's over. Hail Mary, Hail Mary, Hail Mary. Right? No. You got to say that on the rosary. What? the who? I don't know. My aunt, she used to have flowers in like a little flower garden. I don't think any of them was roses. I think there was more like petunias and stuff like that. Well, anyway, so you know the catechism, don't you?
Yeah.
Who? The what? No, I've got a cat, but it ain't a his. It's a her. And I was Fluffy, and she was a female cat. She had a kitten, so it wasn't catechiz him. It was a catechiz her. Well, anyway, I got so mixed up. I just left out of there. So I went to the other one, and Dan, it's bland. So I said, well, the heck with all that. I ain't going back to any of them anymore. I got to find something that makes some sense. Because all this stuff just don't make no sense. Oh, Brother Omian put up, Onan means gay. Well, that's something like I said, where that blank goes in.
Yeah. Oh,
Fornication.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Well, I mean, in the Bible verse it says that. See, let me show it again. Onan knew that the seed should not be his, so there was a law about raising up seed to your brother if he dies. And he went into his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground lest he should get a seed to his brother. And it says the thing which he did displeased the Lord, so he slew him. So the sin of Onan.
Well,
And it's
anyway,
interesting because this
not too long after that, maybe when I was about 10 or 11, I found a book on Buddhism, so I started studying that. That made a lot more sense.
Hmm.
And from then on, I didn't read the Bible all that much.
From a young age, man, I just think that's incredible. Seeing
Well,
how.
my mother, she was a Methodist, and my dad, he was an atheist. So I was pretty much to figure out spirituality on my own.
Well, you can't limit the creator. That's all I know.
Well, I've always been able to see spirits and hear spirits,
Hmm.
and that ability's never left. And later on, through my learnings through Tuesday Lob Sang Rampa, I learned how to get out of my body fully conscious
Hmm.
in
Hmm.
spirit. And from there, just kept going up and up and up
Hmm. Hmm.
until I found the OAHSPE, and that answered, everything I ever could think of to question.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, Suis, Sargis.
Yeah. I was Suis, not Sargis.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Suis.
I couldn't say, I couldn't have a seance, right? And
Mm-hmm.
create the spirit through ectoplasm, because that's what you need to project a lot of ectoplasm so the spirit can inhabit that.
Uh-huh.
So it becomes visible to everyone, suis or non-suis.
What's ectoplasm?
That's a substance that's within the medium's body
Uh-huh.
that he can project, and the spirit can form in that.
Mm.
And it
Mm.
can become visible to everyone in the room, whether they're psychic or not, whether they're suis or not.
Mm.
Kind of like when that angel appeared to Hogg in
Yeah.
Sargis, you
Right.
see, in a physical form. So he must have gathered ectoplasm to do that.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe he took the ectoplasm from Utiv, Brahma, and the other ones, so they wouldn't, deplete them all, and then made the came into that form.
So it was something involuntary then.
No, you actually have to agree to give that ectoplasm, because
Ah.
it's a tiring process.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Because afterwards, you just want to sleep to, revitalize.
Right.
You see,
Mm.
I would say that that ectoplasm is a part of your living substance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You see,
So that's
well,
something that atmospherians feed off of?
uh, no, not so much atmosphere and feed off it. It's the totality of yourself.
Mm.
Like all your organs, all your brain, and your brain, your muscles, your tissues. Uh, that how you say it? Uh,
Fibers.
the whole thing incorporated in a kind of like substance.
Mm.
You see, kind of like Simu,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a plasmic type substance from yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You see, that you can project to allow that spirit to take form in it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't come into you and possess you.
Hmm. That's pretty interesting. Where'd you learn about that?
Oh, I learned that through, like I say, my teacher, Tuesday Lobsang Rampa.
Mhm.
And he wrote several books, about 23 or 24 of them.
Mhm. And he taught astral projection. He
Yeah,
taught
he
astral
taught
projection.
that. He taught healing. He taught aura viewing. He
How you
taught.
doing, Jamila? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just greeting Jamia. She came in.
Oh, well, he taught all kinds of different subjects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let me, I wonder. I want to ask AI something. I want to ask it. Does the OAHSPE talk about astral projection? How about that? Let me ask. Jamia wants to know who your teacher was.
Tuesday Lobsang Rampa.
Let's see what the. Well, I talked about was does the OAHSPE talk about astral projection?
Astral.
Okay, it says.
ASTRAL.
Oh, it might have corrected it for me. Let me see. No, it didn't correct it. It might not be over. Listen. Does the OAHSPE Bible talk about ASTRAL projection? All right. I mean, I would think it does.
Yeah, it does. But
When I think about it, yeah.
but not in those specific terms. It's called putting oneself in a trance by swallowing one's tongue, right? Where you leave the body.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's what Thoth did, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that what Thoth did?
Yeah. But see, the thing is,
The
when
document.
you're in spirit form, where you go is where you think. So if your thoughts are willy nilly, you're going to be going all over the place.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Interesting.
So that's why he had to have a couple angels guiding Thoth around, right? So his
Mm-hmm.
thoughts didn't get willy nilly,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Interesting. Mm-hmm. It says, in summary, while the OSPE does not specifically discuss astral projection, its focus on the spiritual journey is self-discovery, and the interplay between corporal and spiritualities could be relevant to the concept. And so it's saying that it's not mentioned specifically. I mean, I can see how it alludes to it though, with
Oh yeah.
all the talk about the.
Well, take a look at where was Zarathustra, right?
Yeah.
When
Mm-hmm.
a master came in and spoke through him,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he went to a trance or something.
Yeah,
It,
he was out of the body. He was out of his body because only one spirit can uh, be in the body at one time.
mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Zarathustra did it. Yep, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now, what is? I mean, again, what is the purpose of astral projection?
you can go anywhere in the universe.
And why wouldn't a person?
Well, why wouldn't you want to? It's a learning experience.
That's it. You know what? Actually, that brings to mind something. I, I mean, the weakness of the human being. I read these things in the OAHSPE. It sounds like, I mean, you read about rites and ceremonies, and it requires a hell of a lot of discipline, man.
Oh
That
yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen it in people. I mean, the rites and ceremonies, and I was, reading one. I think it was in the OAHSPE. It talked about where you had to shower every day, head to toe, and I mean that's next to impossible. I could do it, but it's like uh, a near impossibility in my condition. You know, I mean, when I think about what New Bro did, man, but that type of discipline is strange to me. And man, I haven't seen anybody who was under that type of discipline where you had to, eat plants. And I mean, I'm vegan, or I hope I am. I'm learning about it, and I find out. I mean, milk, from what I understand, that's vegan. Or no, it's not vegan. Honey is not vegan. you know, and that's tough. It ain't just not eating meat, but the discipline that I don't. I mean, I don't want to put that on myself, but I don't see me ever being able to get to that level. That level of discipline. I mean, I can't even quiet my own mind. I can't make it be quiet. Don't you have to be able to make your mind be
Well,
quiet for you?
you definitely have to do a lot of meditation. Learn how to meditate, quiet the mind.
Hmm. I
You see.
just, I mean, you know, man,
I
that's.
still meditate to this day. I'll meditate for an hour
Mm,
every day.
mm, mm. And then Fritz says, think about the discipline of the Chinese monks. The OAHSPE, it condemns monasteries. You know that. You remember reading that, Dave?
Uh,
I mean, I know that they have a hell of a lot of discipline. I mean, the martial
yeah,
arts.
but
They,
you have to. A lot of these religions, such as Tibetan monks, Shaolin monks, uh, they were in a different time. You see, now in Tibet, the monks went around carrying a beggar's bowl, right? They also went from town to town, right? They would also spread the news from one town to another town, right? So they were kind of like walking newspapers, you see, and
mm,
people supported them in that.
mm,
And now a monk is much different than a lama, you see.
mm,
Uh, Tushta Lobsang Rampa, he was a lama. He was trained to be a lama, a medical lama.
mm,
He was trained in both Tibet and China, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, his physical body died, but he took over the body of Englishmen who wanted to, leave, but he didn't want to commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what he calls body transference or spirit transference, you see. The term today would be walk-in,
Mm-hmm.
you see. Actually, I believe it was Ruth Montgomery. She wrote several books on that, if I remember right. Yeah, I read several of them. Yeah, walk-ins.
So the monasteries were condemned by the Creator.
Well, in this age, yes, but there are hardly any monasteries in Tibet now. The Chakpori Lam was totally destroyed by the Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like an air base or a radar station or something there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The Chinese,
So,
they
there are convents that I know are in operation, like Catholic convents,
yeah, yeah.
and the Creator said He condemns that type of thing. I mean, He really comes down on that type of thing, where it's basically a high form of selfishness. I mean, you just dedicate yourself to your improvement. And the Creator said you really don't do anything for anyone else by that example.
Let me tell you, the Tibetan monks.
Mm.
Some of them would lock themselves up in a cave for a period of about 8, maybe 10 years. Just go
Great.
out in the astral and help people.
Oh well, that's commendable.
You see.
But
So
the odds.
if you're just sitting there like writing books and things, and then that's what creators basically against. See, you're not helping anyone. And a lot of
Oh.
these monasteries, all they just do is copy books and books and books and books.
Oh, you scare me, man.
You
I have
see?
like nine. I have like 9 books I've written.
Well, it's not what you read or what you take in, right? I mean, they copy them like word for word, right?
So you got to get me off the
Well,
hook, man.
okay, okay. Here's an example. The
Before I let you
Vatican.
go on, you got to get me off the hook, man. Can I? Can I write books?
Sure. But what I'm saying is, uh,
The chat disappeared.
the
Do you see the chat?
huh?
Do you see the chat?
No, I got to go switch screen. Now I can look at the chat.
I mean, it just disappeared. I don't see the chat.
Disciple
It's
spreading.
got
Oh,
wiped out.
yeah, it's still on.
Oh, it is?
Oh yeah.
Then I
Got
did.
Jamia Brown Curry,
Oh,
Fitz in
okay.
there.
Okay. Yeah, I hit a button. I didn't see. All right. So yeah, I know it's okay to write books. I
Now
just
when
don't
you're
write.
on when you're on full, I'm usually on full screen, so I have to hit the escape, get off full screen to get on.
No,
Uh,
I hit a button. I hit a button, and I didn't
yeah,
realize that it took me away from the chat. But I read where the creator. I mean, I was just kind of poking fun at you about me writing books and stuff and getting me off the hook. And But he
Now,
said,
what I was going to say is, you take a look at that Vatican Library.
mm-hmm,
They got all kinds of manuscripts and books in there, and you can't even get in there to read them.
I know. I seen that video.
Right?
I don't know who
So
sent that.
what good are they?
What was it you that sent that video? Or was it
Uh,
just you?
I
Both.
don't remember if I sent it or not. I sent so many videos to you, usually on NDEs though.
Yeah, I think it was either you or Jamia, I think, that sent the video, or it might have been somebody else, but it was yeah, it was on the secrecy surrounding the Vatican, the vaults. I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it sent it to me, where evidently there's something when you have that much secrecy surrounding manuscripts, something's wrong.
yeah.
Where this
Well, they're trying to keep the truth out, so anything that was true, they got it stuck away where they can't find it, right?
yeah, yeah,
And they're perpetuating their own lie,
yeah.
and then
I,
they're going along and making things up as they go along, right? With all their papal bulls, right?
yeah.
Saint this guy, saint that guy, you know, whether they were saints or not, you know.
I think those books have something to do with empowerment.
Well, yeah. A lot of them probably have quite a bit to do with spiritual empowerment.
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
see,
I bet. I bet you don't keep something that see, and the history behind the Catholic Church.
to be able to learn these things, you have to go through a variety of disciplines. You got to go through Buddhism, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and a whole bunch of other isms, right? But
Hmm.
you got to stay away from the deities, right?
Hmm.
And you got to be able to discern which is which. You got to discern proper from improper. You
Hmm.
see,
Hmm.
and so it's a little dicey there. So if you have a question, I myself, if I got a question on anything, I put a little question mark, put it in a little box, keep it in the back of my head, right? And when something comes up along that line, I'll say, "Hey, wait a minute. Now, this may be the answer to the question, right?" So I'll look through other things too, right? Not only that answer, but uh, what the accepted answer is, right? What other people say, what a psychic would say, right? What a person who had the NDE may say, right? And
Hmm.
then I'll form a conjecture around that, and then I'll ask spirit, I'll ask creator. About 2 3 days, I'll receive an answer.
Hmm. So that's the way it works, huh?
That's the way I work it. But everybody's different. You might work it a different way because we're all individuals. What might work for me may or may not work for you.
Yeah. Well, in my reality, so far as hearing from the Creator, it's an amazing thing because I believe I do, but then I just can't believe it. The latest example is like with this AI here. That was pretty vivid. That was pretty vivid. The way all that happened. I mean, I just don't come up with that type of stuff. Well, I just don't. And so it seems to be a pattern where, I
Well,
mean,
with me, right? I'll get a flash or a vision, right?
mhm, yeah,
Or I may all of a sudden get a thought, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to know the difference between
Yeah. Yeah.
somebody putting a thought in your head and a
Yeah.
thought you're thinking
Yeah.
of by yourself. You
Yeah.
got to be able to distinguish between the two.
A thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. I get that. Like a thought. I don't know. I just it's hard for. I believe that the creator that he influences and inspires. If you ask him, I mean, with the spirit from the inside,
Oh
that
yeah.
you definitely will get. I mean, it seems it happens to me, but for some reason, it's really hard for me to believe it. It's hard for me to. I mean, I'm just so afraid in my own mind. You know, the mind is pretty. It can deceive, and I'm very leery of that. I like it. I think I would like it better if I got visited by an angel, an experience. But it seems like the creator, he don't have that for me right now. He's got me on this path where, but I find I have to. It just happens all of a sudden. I get some inspiration, like mostly to do these videos. I get a lot of inspiration to
Well,
do.
uh, to be able to get out of your body, you've got to conquer fear.
Yeah,
You
that
see,
makes sense.
you can't be afraid of anything. Now there are beings out there who will not work in your best interest. Truges,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
right? And demons, right?
Hmm.
False gods and what have you, right? So you've got to realize, like Brahma realized, that Creator going to take care of you no matter what, right?
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
why he wouldn't be afraid to go and get and retrieve that book that V was working on,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Hog didn't see nothing to be afraid of, period. So he went and got it
Hmm.
because he was younger and Brahma was older. But Brahma would have went and got it, no problem.
Hmm. Yeah. Eliminate
And,
fear. Yeah.
yeah. So when I first got out of my body, I went through the the they all pitched in on me. All right. But I wouldn't let them touch me. I wouldn't let them. I wouldn't listen to them. Right. I just
Hmm.
went right up through 'em, out, on up. A lot of times, what I'll do now is I'll go to Yatante. Sometimes I'll be a teacher there, and sometimes I'll be a student there.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
You see, and the
That's
reason
that's
I'm
interesting.
teaching is because I never got married, and never had any kids, and I'm
Now,
teaching.
where is there?
Huh?
Where is there? You said you're a
Yatante?
student, and oh, okay. I mean, you said sometimes you're a student there, sometimes you're a teacher. You said,
Yeah, I'm in Yatante.
uh huh. And you contact.
That that's the second. I want to say the second plateau, not the first
Hmm.
one. Hachidawa, the second plateau.
Hmm. Hmm.
You see, sometimes, like I say, I'm a teacher there, and sometimes I'm a student there. So
Hmm.
I'm getting a little
Hmm.
heads up, in learning. Sometimes I even help on missions.
Hmm. Hmm.
But the missions I'm not going to go into detail on. That'd be a little long.
Hmm. Oh, you say even now you go to Yatante?
Yeah,
Hmm.
Sometimes maybe once, twice a week.
Amazing. And what's the purpose of it?
Well, you can be a teacher there, right? And you can get a heads up on what you're going to be learning when you cross over.
Mm-hmm.
And you can enroll in helping physicians or separating fetals, being a nurse. You know, you're just getting a little heads up.
Well, what else
What's
is there? Now what would I like to do?
I don't know what do you want to do?
That's
You
a good
want to
question.
create or dissipate?
I would like to go to sleep, man. I I don't want to be conscious. I just don't want to know anything, man. I want to go lay down and not know anything. I want to sleep and like a deep sleep. I don't want to know nothing at all. If I were to be honest, man, I know that I might sound kooky or I might sound, whatever, but I don't want I would like to go somewhere where it's thoroughly quiet and I can just lay me down, man. Now I know that the spiritual, from what I read, you're not going to want to go to sleep or be selfish. This is what it sounds like the spiritual realm is to me. It sounds like every day glory, one day no, one the next day better than the one before, things you ain't never seen. Joy, we read earlier that it was glory, that the faith is headed for glory and honor. And I believe that in my flesh, the I'm tired of fighting the tech racks. See, check it out. Look, Jamia, now she posted something, right? And I went to it and I was reading it as you were talking. The stuff like this, I don't like to read where I keep reading where I don't measure up. Maybe
Yeah,
you
take a
could
look at
say
that.
something about this. And it make me feel the way I do. I don't like, I wish that I could measure up the way I really want to measure up to the creator. See, it's just even with this right here, look what it says. It says, to you, O Jehovah, I commit myself. I think a lot of people feel the way I do too. They get tired of reading how they don't measure. I mean, even faithists. I don't know. I could be wrong. I should say tired of, but get vexed when you read about others who are very, very zealous and high up, and you read constantly about how you don't. Now, I mean, if you judge yourself like I judge myself, which is super harsh. You can't, I know that it's hard for anybody if they were to use Yaquab's measuring stick. Not many people can hold up under that. I know I can't, but I keep doing it. Here's something Jamia about. She posted. She posted something in the room. It says, to you, O Jehovah, I commit myself to be yours forever. We all feel that way. To serve you by doing nothing for my own selfish ends, but by doing the best I can for others all my days. We want to do that too, but we don't. Not 100%. My
Well,
flesh.
well, at this point, while we're in the body, we can't do it 100%. We can maybe do it 80 or 90%, but
Mhm.
we still got to take care of ourselves too. We got to eat, right?
Yeah.
We got to rest sometimes,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So as long as we're in the physical, we're not going to do the 100%.
Yeah.
Because if we did 100%, we'd be ready for the third resurrection right then and there. It's a learning process,
Yeah.
right? You and me and everybody that's in the physical, we're just babies.
Yeah.
Right?
See, we're
just babies. We're not even in kindergarten yet. We're not in preschool, right?
Yeah.
We're still going ooh goo ga
Right.
Yeah,
I hear you. Let me interject something real quick that Jamia posted. In the OAHSPE, there's an account where the angels they desired to not minister anymore to people, and they started singing about going back to where they came from. So you talked about they must have come from Etheria. Now that's
that was way back during the time of Cephantes.
Yeah.
When the ones that didn't understand about procreation procreated, right? So they had to raise up humans,
right?
Back in those days, it was really hard to do that because humans couldn't catch it.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That's why the Ihen people were separated from the Druks and the Asuan.
I get that, but I'm pointing at the fact that they seem to repent of doing what they were doing. They seem to repent. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to leave. That's what I'm pointing at.
Yeah.
Now, I feel the same way. I really feel the same way. Because now my labor ain't nearly as hard as theirs. But what I mean, and I don't mean to sound harsh, the lack of responsiveness to doing this type of thing, it weighs very heavy on me. I mean, even in the little ministries, the rooms, it's like nobody shares anything. And it's a vexation to me because these are faithless brethren. And you got nobody taking advantage of the opportunity to try to share with other brethren. You may share something that'll get them through the day. And it's been that way with me for all these years, even when I was a Hebrew Israel. Well, even, and it's a vexation because I think people should believe a certain way, that you should at least respond every now and then, even if it's a blue moon, to something that has to do with the creator. Now, it's just my situation. It's very hard on me because it's something you can't stop thinking something has got to be wrong here. It's got to be something wrong because how can all these people not show any type of response? Hold on, somebody's in the room. Hold on a second. You know what I mean? I mean, now call me immature but I'm just being flat out honest now. Obian's in the room. Okay. Hey, Obian.
Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Hey, Tempo, Wizard Beats. Good to see you. I'm sorry, Omian. Somebody, I just want to acknowledge somebody. I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No problem. Light and peace, brothers.
Light and peace. Yes.
Peace, brother Omian.
Yeah, peace, brother David. Long time no see.
You got your cinnamon tea?
I'm around.
Yeah, I do.
Next time, put vanilla extract in it.
Oh, for real?
Oh man, That's the shortcut to the ethereum realm, brother. Let me tell you.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, I just wanted to join the conversation. I hear what you're saying because like Sister Jamie has pointed out in the group, in the chat, some of those people in the group chat, sorry, in the study group, I don't think they are faithists. So I think these are like just curious. They're just curious about WAPS and they just wanting to see what's going on. So I don't think they're genuine faithists. They're just like they heard about it and just want to know what it is, and that's it. So that's why you see that the study group is kind of silent. You don't see a lot of people contributing and stuff like that. So
Well, I'm glad you said that because it's a real vexation to me in the sense that, well, I don't have to tell you. I think I've already explained myself. I hate to see the message, the creator's message is pretty easy to me that he wants us to lift up other brethren. And one way that we need to talk to each other. We need to say something. I remember my dad told me one time something. He said, sometimes back when I was, well, they called me Kurt, my parents, what are you going to do? And he said, sometimes, Kurt, you got to tell people with your mouth. You can't just read your mind. My dad was a Pisces. He said, sometimes you got to say something, Kurt. Nobody can read your mind as to your intentions. You got to speak up, you know. And so the creator, he seems to be in his writing the same way, man, that not like you have to acknowledge something every single day, but a timely word every once in a long, long time. That's just as good to me as saying something every pleasant word every day of acknowledgement that, hey, I'm with you, you know, and thank you, you blessing me. I don't get any, I mean, very rarely for the amount of people, and it's just a vexation. I'm just being thoroughly honest. I would do this if there was nobody to minister to. I would do this. But it's just an amazing thing to me how little response. I mean, it's truly an amazement. But the lack of liveliness to that word, I don't know if I can overcome that. I'm going to run. I'm going to walk this race. No matter what, because there ain't nowhere else to go for me. But if I were just to be honest, man, that's very depressing. To see so few brethren who I would say are lively brethren. It's I hope you brother can identify where I'm coming from. I don't think that you know, what I'm saying is too, you know, I mean, I read the OAHSPE. I mean, you see people singing, you see people, I mean, dancing. You see people, I see a whole bunch of life in the OAHSPE. You know, people who I know they're in a situation where they're not on the earth, but the OAHSPE, I posted something in the OAHSPE. You said that, how our attitude should be. We should look forward to the afterlife. And it's like, why can't we rejoice now? Especially when, we have opportunity to meet with each other, to talk to each other, you know, we know where we're going. We know that we're headed for glory and honor. You know what I mean? I'm gonna stop there, man. You brothers get what I'm trying to say, but it is disappointment at the lack of life that I experience among brethren that I cannot understand. So, you know what I'm saying? Anybody, am I just What am I? What do you brethren think?
I agree with you, brother. You're right. I mean, the another thing is that you have to understand that when they start doing research about the originator of the book, they start pulling back, saying, "Hey, wait a minute," that's where the issue really stems from. That the author of the book, they start questioning the brother, saying, "Hey, you know, and how is it possible that angels of light was able to manipulate with his hands to write?" And they're forgetting one thing though, and we see this happen in real life. I don't know if you guys have experienced, and I could be in front of a computer and I'm writing an email, or I'm writing a memo. I don't actually look at the keyboard. I'm literally writing, and I know what I'm writing. I'm just pressing my hands on the keyboard, and I'm actually writing the email off without looking at the keyboard. And this is a little example to show the world that John Newbro was capable of, doing this automatic writing, because the angels of light, came upon him, but people don't believe what he did. So, they kind of question it, and then, some people did some research, they probably find that maybe most of the information was kind of like altered or something. So, they start pulling back. So that probably, also goes to where people started saying, oh, maybe this book is not what it is. But, the authenticity still stands firm even till tomorrow, no. What it is. But I do
Yeah.
agree with you that there should be more, but like you said before previously in one of your videos, if you fail in one, go to another, so, and that's what faiths are supposed to do. So if something doesn't work in one place, then choose another method or choose another route.
I was looking at your video that I was
Yeah.
referring to.
Right. So, but is what this one of the things I actually tell people when they ask me a question, because I've faced this challenge where they say, you actually believe that man wrote that damn book? And what I say is, look, I'm not looking at the computer. I don't know what I'm typing, right? But guess what? I'm writing an email. And when I'm done, I look at what I wrote. All I do is press F7 and tell the computer to do the spell check. But that's just that right there. I mean, there are people that actually do this in real life. Like they're writing an email or writing a book. They don't, while they're writing it, they're not, literally, you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys, do you have, do you experience that? You're writing an email and you're not actually looking at the keyboard, and you just writing and you're typing. So automatic writing is real. So,
I can't testify to that. I believe you though.
yeah, there are
Yeah.
people who do it, even the secretaries, people that work for, people who do administrative
Barely,
assistants.
yeah. I can barely, you know, it's barely resonating with me because I think I've seen that. Like a
Yeah,
second,
right. They have people who do it, even people who work closely with CEOs, president, when the president or the CEO is talking or saying something to them, without getting a dictaphone or getting a recorder, they're writing what that person is saying without, looking at the keyboard, you know.
yeah,
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 So,
th-
stenographers.
they're
correct.
using two or three different methods on that. One method is speed writing. Another method is shorthand, and there's
Right.
two different ones. Gregg and Pittman method. They're both vastly different.
Right.
Hmm.
Oh, see, Mahaya just posted that she used to be a court reporter, right? See, there you go. So
Yeah, yeah.
if we humans today can do that. Well, why? How come John Newell couldn't have done it like in 18 whatever when he, it's possible. It's to say it's not possible, that's just ridiculous. And let me just let me point something out. I saw my wife. She goes to a spiritual church. They wear white garment, and when the angels come upon this prophet or prophetess, right? They 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 don't know what they're writing, what they're saying, and they're spelling the message, and they got somebody writing what the angel is saying through this prophet or prophetess. And guess what happens? By the time they finish delivering the message, when you go to this prophet and prophetess, they did you know you said this to me, blah blah XYZ, and they'll say, I don't remember saying anything like that. So the angels come upon this, prophet or prophetess, and then they deliver the message, you know. So I do believe that John Newell's, whatever happened to John Newell and whatever he wrote down was true. So this, he couldn't have just imagined this by himself. There were angels of light way higher than him that actually entered him, or took control of him. Whether it was for 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, it did happen. You know.
Brother Omian.
Yes, sir.
The problem with people, they're jaded nowadays.
Right. Exactly.
The thing is, they're looking at things in this time frame.
Right.
He used the term atom, ATOM, for the smallest piece of particulate matter. Now, who in 1848 would know that?
Right. There you go.
Now, the Essenes, even though we spelt it a little different than we spell it today, that wasn't discovered until the Nag Hammadi scrolls in 48 after World War II.
Yep.
Okay, say it again. Say that again. I missed it.
What, the Nag Hammadi scrolls?
About this discovery that wasn't found out until the Nag Hammadi?
Yeah. He wrote about the Essenes, right, in 1848, right? That was like 100 years before the Nag Hammadi scrolls were even discovered in the Qumran caves.
A new bro wrote about the Essenes?
Yeah.
Before the Nag Hammadi?
Joshua was an Essene, right?
Huh?
Joshua.
Yeah.
He was an Essene, right?
Uh-huh.
He talked about the Essenes before they was even discovered in 1948 or 47, somewhere in there. 99 to 100 years before.
Somebody would argue that the knowledge of the Essenes was before the 1800s. I mean, the knowledge of them was already out there. So, I can imagine somebody saying that what New Bro, him writing about the Essenes is no big deal because the knowledge of them was already out there.
They were a pretty, I want to say, secretive sect. They stayed away from, the traditional Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
And zealots and all others. They stayed amongst themselves, passed Creator's knowledge down between them, word to mouth. Mouth to ear. Even today, it's the same way. You go to a Essene community over there in Israel, they're not going to let you in automatically. All right.
Right. Yeah.
You're going to have to be there for, say, I'd say 8-10 years, right, to learn their ways, to see if you can adhere to their way of
Yeah,
living.
their strict way of living, man.
Yeah, or
Took a
else you're not going to
proselyte,
get nowhere with them.
took like a
You see
proselyte,
what I'm
like
saying?
3 cold showers in the morning, routines. Takes like a proselyte like 3 or 4 years to be admitted into their
Yeah.
company. Now I'm looking in the chat. Jamil, you said something here. I don't know if I understand it. You said they're actually out helping others, raising, taking care of families. And I think it goes along with the lack of response to the word as it goes out that I was saying. And are you saying people are basically too busy? They're not in a book all day. Are you saying that like they're too busy to participate? I don't know if that's what you meant by that, but my contention, if that is what you mean, my contention is that it doesn't take long to, you know what I mean, to respond to you know what I mean, to make a response in a forum like a chat room. It doesn't, I mean, but to not respond at all, you see, is my contention. I mean, even if you respond like to something a brother shares with you, like once or twice every 6 months, and even maybe even once every 6 months, I could, you know what I mean? I mean, that, I'm sure that even that one time would be appreciated. But to not be able to respond at all, you got to understand. I mean, see, we are here. We're supposed to be here for each other. Now, I can say personally, I don't care, because I know that this word is just a blessing. But to not reciprocate, not even one time, and I'm talking about a lot of brethren don't reciprocate at all. And it's a vexation to me that if you can't even respond like one time, even in a year, you know, and I don't get it. The creator, he's made it so easy for us to be able to, you know what I mean? I mean, I can't accept any excuses for not being able to. I just can't accept that, you know, where you so busy, you can't take 5 seconds to say you blessed me or they even got it to where you can hit a button, I like what you said or I loved it. And I know I'm sounding selfish. I'm really not trying to
No,
sound.
selfish, brother. Selfish. You have a valid point.
I mean, I just, it's, I can't imagine. I like to use earthly examples a lot because, you know, if you have a woman, if you have a girl, why don't you try that with her? You know, where she's been working all day and, keeping the house and, clean. You know where I'm going. And you come home and the first thing you ask her, what's for dinner? I want to eat. You know, she's going to reach for the frying pan and say, this is what's for dinner. Because you're unappreciative, man, of what she's going through to make you happy. You ain't showing no, she needs to hear that, man. It ain't no different with a ministering brother. He's trying to share with you so that you can learn something. And the ministering brother knows he's going to bless your soul by you reading it. It's going to bless you. At least the faith is. You're going to be happy to read it. You can't turn around and show even one acknowledgement a year or once every 6 months. Now, I'm talking about what I have seen. That's why I'm saying this. And I don't think the creator, it's just, to me, it's just like that situation. Why don't you try not recompensing the things that your spouse does? You won't be connected with them for very long, especially if it's a woman, you know. Now that's real life. So there ain't no excuse when the creator, he gives us his word. It delivered us from the beast kingdom. You know, we're getting empowered to overcome the world, walk in this light, knowing where we're going, the blessing that we're under, and you can't turn around. It reminds me of that verse in the Bible where Jesus, he said, weren't there 9 of you healed? He said, weren't 10 of you healed? Or he healed some lepers, right? And then he healed 10 of them. And one of them came back and thanked him. Now, whether this, to me, it was just a myth. But I can see it in this reality. And he said, one came back to say thank you. One of them out of 10. He said, were there not 10 cured? Where are the other 9? See? And it's thanklessness is what it is. Now, to me, I don't care because I don't deserve any, the way I feel. But the creator, if he manifested himself in a way that we could really get it right now, all of us would break what we're doing and we fall down on our face. You know we would. And it's the same to me with his word. The respect you show the word, that's really the respect you showing to the creator. Now people, hey, you can go on, man. If you don't have the strength to respond even once in a blue moon, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
You know,
Brother Yequab.
yeah.
Jamia also wrote down here the last post, 8:34 p.m. The algorithm, your post may not even be showing up for people as in the groups.
Ah, that's interesting. You know what? I thought about that too. But that's why I mentioned the history. I hardly ever hear from anybody. It's been
I
for a long time.
No, I actually see your posts every day.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
I'm used to not. I'm used to doing what I do and not receiving much feedback. It's cool with me because it's cool with me. But
I I usually get your post because I got I'm
well,
subscribed
I'm not
and I
talking to
got
live.
the notification
I'm
mark.
not talking. I'm not talking to lively brother. I'm not talking to them. I'm
But
talking.
you know what people want, right? They want the soap opera. They want
Oh,
yeah. So they want that Sanetta TV. They want
oh,
that
I see. I
yeah.
get
They
it.
want that fight. They want that that's what people are looking for. They want that argument. They want that. That's what they want. So they'll subscribe to that. They'll go to that. That's what people are looking for. So they're not looking for the truth that faith is give out. So they're looking for something similar to what like Sanetta TV does. They're looking for something about someone go against Sanetta TV, say your spouse did this. That's what people are
Oh,
looking for. So if you're to go to Facebook for a minute and just search for anything about Hebrew Israelite group, you see the drama in those groups. They
yeah.
want soap opera. That's what they're looking for. They will respond to that. You know.
I think that I'm under a vibration that everybody feels the way I do, and that ain't true. I just think that there are not there. The OAHSPE talks about it. Few, few, and I just think that there's way more people in this reality who they get such a kick out of, I fear I may burn out, man. I hope I don't. I look at all these people and the response is so few. And then sometimes I say, man, they were like you at one point, Yahweh. They were on fire. Their tail was wagging. They couldn't stay. They couldn't be quiet. They kept barking and barking, for joy of heart. And then all of a sudden, they kind of went to sleep. And I hope that don't happen to me. It's like when I look at the lack of response, it kind of says to me, "You're gonna die too." Or I don't want to say die like they died, but now let me see. Elijah wants to come on, but how do I bring him in? It says device not connected. Is that on me or is it on him?
You gotta put the link in the chat. You should be able to come in by
That's the
tapping
only
the
way.
link.
Oh no, there you go. There you go. Okay. Hey, brother.
Well, actually, it's
Oh,
sister.
it's mom. Oh, it's sister.
Yeah, he
How?
um
How you
he
doing? What's your name?
he's trying to get rest for work, but it's something I want to share with you because I listen all the time. I'm not a social media person. I don't, you know. Anyway, this is something I had to learn. This is something that the Creator has taught me because I'm one of those people. You need me, I'm there. Whatever needs to be done, I'm there. And I used to feel some type of way that you can at least say thank you or show appreciation, but this is something that the Creator had instilled in me. So I'm going to read this to you. Um, it's Creator, we affirm Thy presence. It seems to us, Creator, that to confirm Thy presence is the heights of wisdom. It is a universal habit to thy earth children to form opinions about all people and all things. It is a rare person who will say, I am without opinion. I must withhold judgment because I do not know all the facts. I do not see the complete picture. Such a person, if he's wise, will never praise nor condemn others, but he will perceive and affirm thy presence. He will see that everything is in thy control and that his best course is to give thee a like helpless cattle in a slaughter pen. With faith, we can remain poised and become powerful agents of our own upliftment and re, and re, and regret of mankind. In the fact of every difficulties of every sword trail, we confirm thy presence and power, O Creator, and keep ourselves open to thy inspiration. We live to the highest. We can think about thee and talk to thee and try to see everything from the standpoint of thus we feed ourselves with happiness and glory, thee in all we do. Now, the way I perceive this is I had to learn over, um, I would say, the last 7 years, dealing with different organizations, Israelite, different brothers and sisters who I still talk to here and there. But I would do things for people to this day, and sometimes I felt some type of way, like okay, they didn't appreciate me doing that. Family members don't appreciate doing these things, but Creator had to show me that in everything that I do and everything that I did, He is always present. And once I tapped into His personality, I was able to accept not someone saying to me, well, I appreciate you, or I'm happy you did that for me. I know that the creator is there and he appreciated because I'm showing appreciation of him, and I'm acknowledging the fact that he is always present. And a lot of times when people come into their WASPy, we allow them to come in. We might just go on the channel to support. Some of us get into the chat and some of us don't. Some of us are well learned in the WASPy and some of us aren't. It's always good to have opinions, but from a spiritual standpoint and from how creators see things, you don't have to, and I'm not saying this against you or anything, but you don't have to expect anything from man. It's always from his standpoint. And once you understand his standpoint, then the appreciation is always there, so to speak. And I was hearing you guys talking about automatic writing and stuff like that. I go to bed with pen and paper and I write things in my sleep. A lot of times I run across books that I'm hearing other people teaching from, and creator will say, turn here, go to this page. And I write, and the next day I get up and I might read it. And overall, when it comes to a WASPy, he also said you can't put your foot on somebody's neck to make them do anything when it comes to a WASPy. The whole point of a WASPy is showing his creation and getting connected to him. Once you tap into him, that is on every individual accord. It has to be something that you feel you're inspired, like you're very inspired about their WASPy. And that's how I feel about many things when it comes to creator. So now I'm at that point where I can do, I can create, I can make people happy and walk away with a mindset that creator, I've done your work and I know you appreciate what I have done. So, and then we on different timelines. A lot of people are not on your timeline. And, some people go to bed early and some people don't. And it's not, creators say you're going to blow up. That was a dream I had about you. Your channel is going to expand. So don't be discouraged by comments or lack thereof. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Lack thereof, because I don't want this to be taken differently. But always affirm that creator is there and that your work is being appreciated. And it's by his standpoint, not by anybody else's. You're doing the work, you're doing a good thing, and it's appreciated by the creator. Like when you always say that you was creator, why am I not learning? Why am I not doing this? You kind of force him. No, you didn't force him. You spoke your feelings and he responded. You got the AI and you are expanding. More and more people going to come. It's just, a lot of people that are on the chat, most of them have been in the WASPy for a very long time. And I think from our standpoint, we just want to see you grow. And yeah, we want to comment here and there. I want to comment, but I'm not always, I'm not a social media brat or anything like that. I just jump on every now and then. And that really stood out to me where I need to tell you that you are firm. It's a firm to look for anything, anybody, none of us.
Well, I really appreciate what you said, and I mean, truly I do. That's one of the reasons why I don't like to come out talking like I did tonight.
I
I don't.
woke Elijah up to say that. But you, you all be blessed and thanks for listening to me. But Just take. You can find that in the Radiance book too. What I just read to you.
Okay, I'll probably end up coming across it. And I thank
Yeah,
you. I hope you keep coming in here and listening.
I
But
listen to you every day. Every time you on, I
okay,
listen to you. Yeah,
that's,
my son is a youngin, so he can hang out with so much.
he's an
So huh?
I said he's an Aquarius.
Yeah, he works a lot, so a lot of times he might crash out early, but he's very educated when it comes to these scriptures, very educated. And I try to push him out there, but that's going to be on him because
Well,
he's very well read in this stuff.
he's certainly those are the brainiacs of the zodiac. So I know I hear you when you say he's talented in that area. But I wanted to say real quick that one of the reasons why I don't like to talk too much about what I said tonight, and my history shows that I don't like to go down this road because I don't want to get people thinking that I'm a sour sop or I
No.
love love, and I don't want to give that impression out. But I like to use earthly analogies a lot. I like to
Hmm.
I like to think there's a syndrome in the world. Let me digress for a second. There's a syndrome in the world where a newborn mom or a newborn mom, a mom with a newborn that her child won't be able to speak. I mean, the mother's going to know what I'm saying. Okay,
Hmm.
child is not able to speak for a couple years, and there's a depression that comes over the mom because she is really, she's in the process of raising her child, and she knows the child is going to speak one day, but she comes under depression because her child can't respond the way she wants her child to respond. So when I say
Hmm.
what I said tonight, it's not just me talking about me. It's other my mind. What the Creator does is He wants us to have an affinity for one another. I mean, for real, where that you desire your brother to ascend higher than you. Even that's what the Creator.
Hmm.
That's the flavor He
Well,
gives.
I understand that frustration because there's a brother that we studied with for some years, and we're still friends to this day. But they're still in that doctrine of what the world has given to man,
Uh-huh.
and he's very, very good, very good. And I want so badly for him to take, and he has a WASPy. He just refuses to read it for whatever reasons. And I
Yeah.
try to encourage every now and then, but I stop because everybody is going to come into that reality for themselves. It's just like every church I went to, like Dave was talking about how he went to different church. I was going to mad churches and nobody could answer questions. And like, well, who's all these gods? Oh, well, sister, I'll get back to you. Well, give me a commandment. Okay, God said keep the Sabbath, for it's holy unto them. No, that's not a commandment. Why is that not a commandment? These were my questions. When did that change? I thought he's always the same. He never changed. People avoided me like the plague, so I stopped going. And I ran across, you know I never got into the big hoopah, we're the chosen people. I always feel anybody that goes to God is his chosen. I always felt that way. And there was a lot of things that Christ spoke about that even his own disciples didn't get. People are are they don't even understand that Christ went to many places to learn the gifts and a lot of things that he had. A lot of people don't understand that. But there's a lot of our brethren that we're still close to that we want to bring a WASPy to. 'Cause I think a WASPy sums it all up. He's showing you creation and he's saying at the end, I need you to come to me. I need you to want me. It's just like when you have that zeal for the creator, it's like a fire that's in your bones and you just can't let it go, you know, and you're so compassionate about it. And that's somebody that Creator has chosen, and He allowed him to use his free will to come to him. To me, free will is the key to unlock. Yeah, you can learn things with your free will, the good and the bad, but to me, that's my key to the Creator. I unlock my relationship with him, and it's tight. So I stopped. I had to stop because I was so compassionate about bringing all my brothers and sisters that I studied with when we was in the Bible and all these other books. This is it, guys. Read this, read that. And no, it fell on dead ears. Well, I have the book when I get around to it, that kind of thing. And I had to leave it alone. And because my words was falling on dead ears, but then you see them post something kind of related to what you're saying or calling the Creator where they never called him before. And little by little, the baby steps are there. Everybody is not going to get it when they supposed to get it. I don't believe in debates and all that kind of stuff because to me, Creator is not debatable. You know, you either get it or you don't. You know, that's just plain and simple. But some people are compassionate about doing it that way because they want to bring their brothers and sisters. But if I bring you in on my accord, then you're doing it because I did it. I'm bringing you for me. You have to want it for you. You have to want the Creator. And that's what he said. I forget the book that he said that, and you have to come to me for you. It's
Yeah, let me
nothing for.
let me let me interject something. It's kind of late, and I only have so much time left on my StreamYard here. And if you can wrap it up, I'd appreciate it because I'm going to end up getting cut
Oh, I'm
off.
done.
I
I'm
don't want you.
done. I just get compassion. I just get compassionate
No,
when
that's
it
all right.
comes to
I appreciate.
Creator. I just
I,
wanted to share that. But you be blessed,
yeah,
Dave. Everybody that's in the chat. I
I,
appreciate all of you.
What's your name? What's your name?
Everybody call me Mimi. It's Mignon, but everybody call me Mimi.
Oh, I put your thing in my book.
Oh, the poem that I sent you, the
Yeah,
inspiration thing. Yeah, I'm
yeah.
big on those things.
I'll probably be
Yeah,
finished around the beginning of the year, and when I get
yeah,
it out there, I'll make sure I send it to you. Yeah, I got it.
yeah.
I wrote it.
Alrighty.
Yeah, but
Well, you be blessed.
with this here software, you have so much time before it'll end up. What it'll do is if you run out of hours, and I know I'm close, it'll go ahead and delete other videos in my
Yeah,
library.
you don't have to explain.
So,
I can be very windy, but I just want to share that with you. You're doing a great job, and your channel is going to expand.
well,
Just you see,
I thank
just
you for
see.
saying that, but I I that's why I didn't really want to come out with what I said because I don't look for. It's funny I'm saying this, but I remember I had a girlfriend, and she used to introduce me to people, and she would say, "Whatever you do, don't say anything good about her. Don't say nothing good. You don't like that, but I bless you. You said it to bless me, and I said it to hopefully, not just for me, but for anybody who's trying to minister to anybody. I think
Yeah.
the creator,
Yeah,
it's like,
that was for everybody. That wasn't just for you. That was
yeah,
for everybody. But that's
yeah,
something I had to come to terms with myself,
right,
So, all
yeah,
right. Thank you for hearing me out.
yeah. Well, I wish you would come back on some more.
Yeah.
I wish you would.
I rather Elijah. Elijah is the youngest one probably on your channel, so he gets a little shy. But this guy is really smart when it comes to these scriptures and history. So
He did a
I
lesson
try to,
time too.
huh?
He did a lesson for me one time.
Yeah, he teaches me a lot. We have our own service in the house. We have a lot of service right here, and we follow a lot of people like Sister Jamia. We had a sister Pam. Oh, she's wonderful. If she ever come back on, you would really enjoy her.
Uh-huh.
Um, but this is his thing, and I'm just sticking my 2 cents in. That's it.
Yeah,
All
well,
right, you be blessed. You be blessed. Thank you for hearing me.
yeah, it was a pleasure. I don't like to say some things that I know in my heart do need to be said, because Christianity, it kind of has that effect on you that you can't say anything that's kind of borderline and could give the wrong impression. But the message in OAHSPE, the reciprocity, is, it seems to me that the Creator is heavy on it, and that in this world, it's the same principle in the world. And I like the example of relationships where you try that with your spouse, where you don't recompense, you don't reciprocate with your spouse. You want it could be it could be harmful,
It could be. Hmm.
and painful too.
Definitely.
You better show that woman you love her, man. She can get
Yeah, I
away.
heard you say the frying pans. The frying pan to come out.
The frying pan, man. I mean, I like to joke
Mhm.
about that, but there is some truth to it, man.
Yeah.
If you so the point should be easily made that everybody loves to be reciprocated, and
Yeah.
I know that the Creator,
Mhm.
he's big on that, because we need to do it to each other. We got to do it,
Yeah.
knowing that it's going to help us keep going. Somebody,
Yeah.
I'm really out of time, man. But I better shut it down, or I'm gonna end up losing like 5 or 6 videos on my StreamYard right now. So
I'm
it's all
gonna I'm gonna back on out here. Peace to the chat. Peace, brother Omin, sister Mimi,
yeah.
and peace to everybody, and blessings in Creator's name to everybody in chat. I'm
Thanks, brother.
Rest in
on
peace.
out of here now. Bye bye.
Okay,
All right.
bye.
All right. All right.
All
Good night,
right, I
brother.
guess it's a good time for me to go. Only you want you have the last word, man.
Huh? No, you go ahead, bro. You do your
Well,
thing.
I appreciate what you said, brother. And man, that word on Onan, man, was a trip. You know what
You
made
know
you
what
think
that means, right?
it means gay? You
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
How did you get? Is that online? You got that
No,
information?
it's in OAHSPE, brother.
How do you
You got
like that?
you gotta read it again to understand it. You
So,
know how
so,
you connect the dot? Just when he said the rights of Solomon, sorry, the rights of Sodom.
uh-huh. So the
So
creator called some people gay?
no, no, no. So the, it's not the creator. Okay, you gotta read it. We could do the chapter tomorrow or something. Read it again. You understand it.
Okay.
You understand? So you see you notice in some of the verses they didn't complete the statement because the angels couldn't even spell it out. See
Oh,
some you get it now. So sometimes when you see when they can't spell it out, that's
yeah.
like something negative they cannot even say.
Oh,
You get
how do
it now? Yeah, that's what's going on.
how do you like that? Wow.
Yeah, read.
That's hold on.
I have a whole 1 page. I have 1 page document where it actually talks about it clearly. A Microsoft Word document. That's why I asked you to ask AI if AI knows what Onan is.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Did it describe closely about Onan? Did it get anywhere close in your
No,
mind?
you know AI is is input equal to output. What you feed it is what you get. But
Uh-huh.
remember, these words are words that was said like probably what 70,000 years ago, 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
For AI to get that, man, they AI needs to go to the Library of Heavens, man.
Uh,
AI needs to do an astral travel to heaven.
Yeah. All right, brother. And remember too, I mean, anytime like you have you like have a lesson or anything, and you want to take over the over my my channel. I mean, to bring a lesson or something. Make sure you feel free. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, it's just that like I told you, sometimes I gotta wait for my kids to go to sleep, and
Right.
they're
Right.
sleeping like that. That's why I was able to get in.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
if they weren't sleeping, I can't come in because they'll be making noises in the background. So that's why.
Right. Right. Right.
Yeah.
Well, brother, I appreciate you, man,
All
and
right.
I better go ahead and shut it down.
All
And
right. Light and peace. Bye
yeah,
now. Good night, everybody. Bye.
life and peace to you too, brother. Love, light, peace, and blessing to you as well, and to the chat, and to anybody who sees this video. Thank you, the creator, for giving me this opportunity to try to be a light while I'm in this reality. So, brethren, until tomorrow, creator willing, tomorrow, Friday, video tomorrow, and then, man, oh man, I'm not even keeping up with the new moons. Gotta keep up with the new moons so we can recognize them. So thank you for joining me, brethren. Till I see you again, pray the Creator give you all, bless you, your family with all good things. Till I see you again, peace be unto you. Shalom.